Welcome everybody to the finale, the final recorded thing for 50 Shades of Grayscale. This is it, folks. The big end. The end of an era, as it were. We are going to get down to brass tacks, and we're gonna throw a tier maker up and rank all 50 Game Boy games. But who are we? For the very last time, I am Action Shakespeare, and I played 50 Game Boy games to completion alongside Public Opinion. B-Drops. And Wordsy. I think Wordsy is the only one with the perfect attendance award. Because Pio was missing for one part of Sneaky Snake. Or no, sorry, for Hercules, rather. Yeah. We could have. At that point, it was at that point when Pio was missing that I realized, man, I should probably not do that anymore because I like when everyone's here. It is much more preferable for the Game Boys. Fuck. Discord's not unmuted.
Ha ha ha! I've never been here.
Goodbye.
Incredible.
50 Game Boy games, and we are professionals after all this time.
I thought I hit the button.
Sometimes the buttons are fussy, yeah.
I think the button tricked me this time.
It did.
Twicked.
Luckily.
I got twicked, and now that's all staying in, except now I gotta also say I did it with Public Opinion.
Yes.
And B-Drops.
Yes.
And Wordsy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes!
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 Yes.
I guess you won't be needing these tapes anymore. But yes, we're here for ranking. We're here for tier making, and I'm gonna make some tiers.
Yeah, we're gonna cry.
We're gonna cry maybe a little. I
Do
might
one
cry.
real quick. I'm crying right now over manga, but hey.
I'm
That's
crying
my
about
secret cap.
robots.
Let's switch this over. Oh, music.
Is this supposed to be this crunchy?
It's got that grunge to it.
It might be or might not.
Your voice isn't crunchy is the thing. the sound was. Maybe it was supposed to be, I don't know, I could believe it was intentional.
Is it better now?
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just been happening today, I guess.
strange.
I think my internet is making this Discord screen share be real rough. Anyways, tier lists.
Tier lists.
I'm gonna.
What are they?
What are tier lists? Let's go into the history of tier. No.
Travel down the memories.
I need to just make sure everything all the levels are good. That could be
levels.
turned down a little.
You could tighten up the graphics over there.
We could tighten up the graphics, yeah. Tighten up the graphics. But yes, 50 Game Boy games have been played by us, the people. Well, by me, and then witnessed by the rest of them. I have collected them here. I should have put them in order, but that didn't work. And
Yeah,
so they're
I've
all
had
a
that
little bit
happen
of a
too.
mess.
Like, sometimes I even just go in and number them. Like, literally, the file name is a number, and it still doesn't work.
Ugh. Oh well, but I have the list handy, so we'll get there. We'll figure it.
Are we going in play order, then?
Yeah, I was just gonna go from 1 to 50. So let me get this list in an easily accessible location.
I want to know now,
Yeah.
There are some games that I think we kind of played up how much the misery was.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God,
How
if you're
strong are
talking
we?
about Lolo,
Well, a little bit, but
I mean,
how dare you?
I want us to look back. I want us to be genuine about our impressions. These are all kind of like, I don't know. They're probably not the best rankings, but I at least made them scale. We got the absolute masterpieces, the games that were great. You know, fantastic games, no complaints whatsoever.
okay.
On a similar note is Pristine Examples. I feel like Absolute Masterpiece, I don't know if anything's going to make it there, but I kind of wanted it to be there in case something we felt was an extreme example of something good. Or we can maybe select something from Pristine Examples.
And bump it.
Yeah. Pristine
I
Examples
like to do that.
is the best, you know, best representation of the Game Boy, right? Utilizing its tools to its fullest capability. Solid Titles is Solid Titles, you know, like these are the games that people should own. And probably did. Perfectly Adequate, yeah, it's, you know, it exists, is inoffensive. We had an okay time with it. Had Potential, I feel, is a kind of a midway. It's not necessarily in the bad zone. It might contain bad zone stuff, but it's probably the stuff that like has a special place in the. We looked at this and we could see what it could have been. Kind of stuff. Or we're like excited for it and then got brought down a little. Kinda lame is kinda lame. Just there's
Sure.
some of these are just meh. And then Misery.
Okay.
The Misery Zone is the Misery Zone. It was almost titled Honorary Lolo Zone,
Damn.
but
I feel like I'm about to do a lot of defending.
Man, I don't think anything is going to make me think harder about where it should go than Lolo.
that's where the arguments are gonna happen.
Oh God.
But yes, but I think we'll start with probably a pretty simple answer, and unfortunately B might not have as good insight into this.
I'm tempted to just not talk the whole time because I wasn't there for this one.
Well, did you watch the episode?
I don't think I've seen the whole thing.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, you can,
yeah.
throw in your input as relevant, I figure, but you've seen a Mario. It's Super Mario Land.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just put it in Perfectly Adequate to start.
Start in the middle.
I personally fucking love Super Mario Land 1.
Mm-hmm.
More than 2. But
Really?
yeah, something about Super Mario Land 1 to me is just, I don't know, it's just such core Mario. It plays so much faster, and like, I don't know, it's very much more bare bones, but I have always kind of appreciated its simplicity more. And also, I think its setting and characters are a little more interesting. Granted, I know Super Mario Land 2 has Wario, but like,
Right.
I love Daisy, and I love the weird alien drama that she got into in her strange Egypt land.
That's a fair point. It does give us Daisy.
And I like Daisy a lot too. Daisy's probably my favorite Nintendo character.
Oh, yeah. I definitely wouldn't rate this below solid.
Yeah.
Same.
Solid as a baseline. Personally, I would put it in pristine. I feel like people gave Mario Land a lot of shit in retrospect, and probably not unearned, but I don't know. It's a smooth game, and it's nice and quick too. You know, you can get this done in an afternoon for what that's worth.
It was a one stream, right?
Yeah, no, it was like half an
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah,
We did it pretty quick.
man, that alone. Like, I don't know if I appreciated it at the time, but that might give it more points to put it up for pristine for me.
Yeah, remember when we had a game that took 30 minutes?
I sure do. I'm thinking like pristine. I'm thinking more about what things came after things, and this game kind of is a big piece of Mario stuff for later on. I think 2 might have taken that a little bit further, but
Yeah.
things have to start somewhere. So, like, I think this game might be a little more solid to me because of what it means for like what Mario would happen in
Yeah.
the future.
Yeah, to my own point, it is mostly groundwork. It is a solid Mario experience and kind of nothing else.
Yeah, I don't have much more to say about this one. The things that I think about it are mostly as how it relates to 2, so I will save.
You know what? I guess because I remember 2 more than this one, it didn't stand out as much to me, even if it was foundational. So I would probably say solid. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I can live with that. And then yeah, Super Mario Land 2 was our follow-up. It, despite my bias, hard to not just default it to pristine.
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go with it. Just the way they, the thing that most stood out to me was how they kind of changed how they use the screen real estate and set up things to use the Game Boy screen size more. The 1 was very much kind of just, it felt like a NES game made small, and 2 felt like a Game Boy game to me.
Made for Game Boy.
Yeah, it's very much, especially as I researched it like down to Totaka's sound design philosophies, because this came out around the time when the SNES was out. So like Super Mario World was already a thing, and there was a lot to potentially live up to, and they had to force themselves to sit down and acknowledge that they couldn't do that on a Game Boy, and they had to make things work for the Game Boy. And it worked out for the better. I think it still holds a lot of functions that people remember about Mario, even in such a small package.
Plus, Wario.
And
Wario's
yeah, it does
introduced.
have fucking Wario. It's got the boy.
Made a really good bad guy, and
It's got that lumpy man in it.
he's better than Tatanga or whatever the alien's name
Oh.
was. Listen.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. I just liked the Tonga. It was a goofy little purple alien.
And this is a yellow and purple man who can eat anything.
He's so powerful, and man, he was a powerhouse for sure. Yeah. What else can I say? Also, there's bunny ears, and those never came back, and I'm sad.
Yeah. Not until, something else happens.
I guess,
And it's
yeah,
very different.
arguably 64, or that fan game we played.
Mhm. You could also say Smash. And, they come back for things that aren't Mario.
Well, that was different bunny ears.
They are.
Those were Zelda ones.
Yeah. A reference? No.
But yeah, pristine example.
Yeah.
Easy
It's
to say.
same game, but they built on it, so
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, next on our list was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Fall of the Foot Clan.
Question for everybody: does anybody remember anything about this game?
I remember that I learned about the Foot Clan.
I remember that it also only took us about 30 to 40 minutes to play.
It seems like a pretty okay game. The sprite work was pretty nice from what I can recall. I remember particularly liking how they handled brick backgrounds.
Yeah, that was nice. The background work and sprite work for this were really solid. It was just one of those kind of really early Game Boy games that where it was Konami under a different name, but they kind of understood to a degree that it was we're gonna sort of set limits for ourselves as we figure out what the Game Boy is and try to make good things in those limits. And I think that works better for Turtles than Castlevania.
A little bit. So in a bunch of these games, like the cutscene art that happens in between gameplay, some of it was something, and then some of it was better. This one had really good in between art of Turtles and April and stuff, and I liked that.
He escaped by car. I love that. The little turtles with the tiny faces.
Thank you, Turtles.
And also the look of anguish when you get when one of your turtles dies. He's been captured.
Would this game qualify for being elevated from just being perfectly adequate? Do you think it's better than average, or do you think it sits firmly in the "it's alright, I guess" category?
Because a bunch of the other side scrollers we played, I don't think were as good as this one. I think this one's fine.
I feel like it might be solid. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, this one I kind of gotta. My memory of it is so poor, which perhaps acts as a mark against it, that I gotta kind of trust Shakes' judgment, since she's the one who had the hands-on with it.
Yeah, it's not difficult. It's just kind of once again a little experience. It has goofy mini games that are just luck based. It is definitely, I don't know. Yeah, perfectly adequate is probably where it is. It is the benchmark of an adequate game, I'd say.
It's not bad, but there's a game that is just fine but not memorable is that perfectly adequate is the descriptor for it. Because there's other games on this list that are similar style of game, but they're not good. I just remember them because they're very bad.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on this list that I remember as little of as Fall of the Foot Clan.
Maybe I remember a little bit more, despite it being so long ago, because it was... First of all, I know jack squat about TMNT, so that was wild, but also it was the first game I was brought on for.
Yeah. That sticks with you.
Yeah.
It's probably good where it is here.
Yeah, it's fine.
Perfectly adequate. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna... Don't look.
Okay.
Is it time to argue again with our next entry?
Alright, coming up next. The Smurfs.
Okay, well, I want to be positive first before I say anything. At the very least, this game had awesome music for some reason.
It did have good music. A thing that we kept falling back on.
Despite the good music, I'd probably drop it to kind of lame.
Very fair.
It was shockingly hard for some reason, or at least it appeared to be in a lot of places. in ways I don't believe a Smurfs game has any right to be.
Yeah, who's the
Yeah, who's the
Who's
target
the
audience for this?
Hardcore Smurfers.
Is
my
it
gosh.
is it kids who watch reruns of the Smurfs, or is it adults who used to watch the Smurfs when it was actually on TV?
I think the market was Europe.
fair?
Messed up
That's-
is true.
There's a bunch of those. Is the
That would-
oh,
I would explain the European difficulty is notoriously extreme.
You're right. Yeah, kind of lame is probably what encapsulates this, because like outside of the good music, it was a pretty basic platformer that had some spouts of just esoteric shit to get in your way. Like, oh, that final boss,
sucks.
wretched,
I hated it.
unwinnable if you weren't like pixel perfect.
God, I hated that one. That one was not fun.
Yeah, it's just
Wretched.
like the rest of the bosses are just kind of, except that fucking dragon that you can make unwinnable.
Right. Super fun, right? Yeah. Great
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
Oh
Perfect.
man, yeah, no, this is a kind of a lame game.
I'm fine with keeping it there.
Balloon Kid is next.
Yay.
Our first Nintendo original since Mario. I have a significant soft spot for Balloon Kid.
Perfectly fair.
It's a delightful little game, and honestly, like the birth of an attempt at a franchise that I wish continued.
I have fond memories of those streams. I'd bump it up to solid, I think.
Yeah,
I
Balloon Kid's
Also think Balloon Kid was well executed and charming, and sadly didn't get to a place where we wanted it to as a franchise.
yeah, just the vaguest of references in WarioWare now. Balloon Kid was that weird one. I'll remind everyone who may or not have watched the episode. Balloon Kid wasn't released in Japan when it came out. And it didn't come out until like 10 years after its release. On like the Game Boy Color.
Which is just bizarre.
Yeah, like for a mainline Nintendo game, you know, made by Nintendo with its own anime art and everything, they just never bothered.
I can only assume there was no real common sense about game marketing yet.
I don't know. It just seemed like the
I don't
thing
know.
that happened. Like, you know, we make it in
Yeah.
Japan, then we put it in America.
Right? But I don't know.
Every so often, things like that. This isn't the only time this happened, is the thing. So, I don't know. That really has nothing to do with my rating. I just kind of wanted to express that. It's just a weird fact about Balloon Kid. But yeah, it's very unique, it's fun, it's not too hard. Definitely has a difficulty spike at the end, and you gotta really kind of master the controls. But yeah. Also a special place where it was probably the first game that we had severe connection issues on.
Ugh.
Memories.
I think I'm happy with Balloon Kid. It's solid.
Yeah. I wish they had the space to like make it into something more. I think the remaster for the Game Boy Color probably would have been closer to pristine because they like added a couple features too, like you know, like an overworld map and like level selection and stuff.
That would have probably made it stand out. Like, I don't have a lot of opinions on Balloon Kid. I remember the game, but I remember while I was watching, and then when I went to go touch it, like I just remember looking at the pencil buildings in the background. I was like, I like those, and then I didn't think about anything
Yeah.
else.
It's such a charming art direction too. Pennsylvania. Yeah. I would say it's. I don't know if this is a criteria to make it not pristine, but another thing I would add is that its manual had very limited information. and there just doesn't seem to be any retaining, any preserving of said information anywhere else. Like, they never made like a strategy guide that gave you all the list of enemies and stuff. Only 2 of the bosses are named. Actually, maybe only 1. It's a strange thing.
I'm just thinking back to it, and I don't know if I would ever go back to this one myself. There's like
Not even for multiplayer.
Speaking of multiplayer,
no,
The multiplayer was not as fun as I would have hoped.
no.
new and unrefined.
Yeah,
Try
that's
out
the
new
much, but-
ideas.
Like good on them for like going, hey, the link cable is a day one accessory of the Game Boy. We are Nintendo. We should be utilizing this. So, I respect that, but yeah, it's kind of hard to figure it out. Yeah, probably not much more that needs to be said about Balloon Kid.
No, it's solid or adequate. Both
There's
of them.
probably a good amount to say about our next game. Sneaky Snakes.
Misery.
Yeah, I feel that.
Misery.
Racist plus racist plus.
I like. I am misery. I like the idea of the chopper. Like whenever the chopper's on screen, I was like, yeah, the chopper. Look at excitement.
And whenever the chopper's not on screen, I'm asking, where's the chopper?
Where's the chopper?
But,
Yeah.
But in fear.
Fucking every other part of this game fucking sucks. I hated it so much.
This game is such bullshit.
It's gross.
I think conceptually Sneaky Snakes is an interesting idea where you're doing this thing where you're building up your body. A platforming adventure where you are sort of doing the function of the game Snake.
Okay, I was about to say
building your tail.
A game where you build up your body in a snake form.
No, yes, in platformer form. The concept of this. This is like a sequel to a game they already did with this idea, and people will remember that one more fondly.
Mhm.
But that one was like on isometric view, and I don't know if that would have affected our fun, but it would have been different.
I might have liked it more. I fucking hated this one.
It's
This
just
game-
It's
Yeah.
it's not just that it's not good. it's that it's not good and it's boring.
yeah, there's so much of it, and it's all the fucking same. It's all just enemies and balls and the chopper over and over and over again. Maybe some spikes, maybe some water.
The only double variations you get is as you get close to the game, levels get more vertical rather than more horizontal. And that's not enough.
Doubt it.
I'm sure people worked hard to code and make things for the game, but it's not for me.
I found some of the Nibblies variations amusing, like the ones that were like frogs or the ones that were fish.
Yeah.
But game sucked.
Yeah, every once in a while the Nibblies were okay. Like the ones being carried as an egg from a bird. Like it's they had ideas that were like a few things that were like cheeky little imagery. But man,
It's not enough to carry your video game.
and that evil Sneaky Snake.
Oh boy.
Fucker. But yeah, it's what market is Misery. Oh, and that fucking ball. Oh, that ball you had to roll.
I have no more bandwidth for Sneaky Snakes.
That's fair. It doesn't deserve it anymore.
I need
We've
to
said it
free
all
up.
on stream, and we've said it here.
Dude,
This game
blows.
sucks. It was the benchmark for bad game.
Yeah, I don't think there's games on this list that I don't like, but I would still rate them higher than Sneaky Snakes. because I would either something interesting in the game for me to latch onto or something like that.
Yeah.
Just had nothing.
Okay. Up next, I believe, yes, was Baby T-Rex.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's the energy I like to think about Baby T-Rex with.
It's weird, despite like it definitely stands out more in my mind, and I would probably say like I think I have more positive thoughts of it than Fall of the Foot Clan. I'd be tempted to move it to. I guess I wouldn't say had potential, but like I don't know.
It's to me this game is adequate. It would like I liked all the dumb variations like the duck thing and everything.
Yeah, this game did give us the Ed the Duck variant.
And I think that's fun, but that doesn't make the game better.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to put it to like have potential because like look at that freaking T-Rex with his skateboard. That rules, but the game I don't know if it quite lived up to the promise.
I think some person who wrote dialogue came up with some funny like one-liners. Because just yelling, like telling a wizard to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna fucking be awesome, is hilarious.
I wish if Baby T-Rex said fuck, I would put this in solid.
I think had potential is an interesting category because it potentially is better than a perfectly adequate game. It's just something wasn't realized. So I kind of agree with PO. That's kind of where this one fits to me.
Yeah, I don't know if had potential is supposed to be inherently better, but it is definitely a like this isn't like wholly bad.
Yeah,
but not good enough to just say yeah that was good.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I don't know. It's that where it feels right there to me.
Yeah, it's not that this game feels incomplete. It feels just unrealized in like it like I see what they're doing, but they didn't really do it great. You know, there was lots of like goofy like stuff with momentum. You know, Word Z's favorite mechanic.
I love it. Motion is fun.
Yeah, we love motion here, and there was some Eggman speed traps and shit. You know, there was stuff to dodge like that. But it never really committed to that, and also it didn't do it in a way that made sense. It was all just like, here's some random hills now.
Level design could have been spruced up.
Yeah, Baby T-Rex is normally just so slow the rest of the game. Yeah, it's you know, it's there. It was completable. It was weird and goofy and stands out and has its own weird lore, but otherwise just a very middling performance.
I would love if Baby T-Rex was like a schoolyard, like, oh, this game was the inspiration for fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would be shocked. See, like there was those shitty Game Boy hacks where people would make Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Boy and it would just be Speedy Gonzales. It'd be really funny if somebody tried to pass off Baby T-Rex as that. My uncle at Nintendo gave me this prototype.
It's called Radical Animals.
I want to play Radical Animals. Okay.
Speaking of radical animals.
Yeah, good seg. It's Tail Gator.
Question.
Sorry, go ahead.
B.
You go first, B.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I must say, aside from the cute sprite work, I remember tremendously little about this game.
I was about to ask the same question I asked about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I remember two things. One, all the sprite work was really good. And two, you had each world, you had an option for like which order to do the levels in. You could go like there was always like a sky zone, a land zone, and a water zone.
There were like 4 tiers of height you could go through for each zone or for each like world. Yeah, this is a game. I think it's very much just pulling to be a perfectly adequate title because, like, it is delightful to look at, and I think it had kick-ass music. Like,
It did.
this game had such great little jazzy numbers. I remember. And this gator was wearing sneakers.
Yes.
That's what would have pulled me. Because
This gator
you
had
got
drip.
you had
Gameplay was
Oh, sorry.
finding a key to unlock the end door for each little zone, right?
You had to break every treasure chest on the map because the last one
Ah.
would always contain a key.
Okay, that's what it was.
With the titular tail of the gator.
Had a pretty good snake too.
Yeah,
Good.
that snake. That was a high-ranking snake.
that was
Actually,
essentially-
I think it was in like. I think it got pushed down actually below 10, but still,
but
It's
that was
still good.
started high.
it started
then-
real
Mm.
high. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of expected it to stay, but I think it kind of turned into a benchmark snake.
Mm.
You know, is it better than Tailgater Snake? And then you move from there.
was-
But yeah, its
Charlie
bosses were
was-
kind of bullshit. Yeah, Charlie.
Yes, was the gator's name, and there's two arts for this game's like cover for when you buy it, and like the American one's awesome because it's just him dropping down on top of you with the fucking sneakers.
Yeah.
But the Japanese one is like a more cute version of him, and he's like walking into like a castle, and this
Japanese
game had
books are Charlie.
a bunch of cool art that I really liked, but the enemies kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Adequate.
Boy, yeah,
Adequate.
it's perfectly adequate. I would bump it to solid if the bosses were a little less annoying.
Mm.
I would
Because that's
agree.
what really set us back. Because you bosses would kill you real easily sometimes later, like kind of towards the back end of the game, and then you'd have to traverse these levels, and it was so slow. Like that's the thing. This game was just so slow. You had to be so methodical with it. And
The jump was really floaty, and your move speed could have been
Yeah.
faster.
like everything was just plodding along, and you know, when you have to do that over and over to the point where we start making depressing novelizations of Charlie's life, you can't really give it too high a rank at that point.
Nah, because it's super depressing.
Yeah, it just got sad. Speaking of depressing and sad,
It's time for a metaphor.
it's time for Godzilla.
This game contains many misery.
Yeah, that was more what I was segueing with depressing and sad.
I think this game is just kind of lame because I like a bunch of the I like a bunch of the sprite work, and it's just like little you know, like Gen 1 Pokemon, they're the like
Yeah.
the non this is not what the Pokemon looks like, but this is like used to represent this genre, this type of Pokemon.
Mm.
That's what a lot of the sprites look like, and
Oh,
I really
yeah.
like those.
They were
The
they were
intro was
Pokemon
awesome
minis.
though.
Oh yeah,
Those
God,
are
the
good.
fucking sitcom intro makes me want to put this in
Mhm.
solid. Like I love Godzilla and his fun friends.
I can't help but feel like my main complaint, despite wanting to like this because it's a Godzilla game that features so many different kaiju, at the end of the day, I just can't help but think this was a game about punching rocks.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel it loses. Yeah, it definitely loses points for being a Godzilla game and not having at all what you kind of expect or particularly kind of like want when you just like see, oh man, Godzilla on the Blockbuster shelf.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
wait to have some sick battles and knock over some buildings.
I'm gonna walk around tracks and punch rocks.
And ooh, I hate to think how things would have gone if we were not navigating with the map.
Oh yeah.
It's also a maze. Is kind of the thing.
Yeah, this game does not have enough like cool gameplay stuff to make me ever want to touch it again. But the art was really, I think, cool and in some places charming, and the intro was funny, but the actual pushing of buttons kind of left me with a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah. It's just, meh.
Eh, meh.
It's a game that a lot of people don't even figure out how to play.
It's true. I wouldn't say I was miserable, but I sure
No.
wouldn't. I wouldn't look at this thing and be like, how you
Godzilla.
doing? Yo, that Godzilla over there?
The
Nice.
brand, I think, elevates it enough to not be complete misery, because we could, take aesthetic enjoyment in most of it. And
Mm.
Manila.
Oh boy. Golly, I can't. Thanks.
Thank you, Daddy.
Get out of here. Go build a shed.
If we were playing the Japanese version, which I think was easier, if I'm remembering the details right, and also had Godzilla's anime girlfriend instead of Manila, I think this would have had potential.
Mothra?
No, unfortunately not.
No.
Did you ever see that? We put it in the intro.
I believe
for the
I did. I
episode.
just wanted to be sad about it again.
Yeah, Mothra's too good for this game.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did learn
She
a lot about Godzilla. God, sorry.
Oh no. Continue with that. I was interested.
Oh, I learned a lot about Godzilla from you and Shakes while we're doing this, so that was fun. That was more you guys, not the game.
Glad something came out of it at least.
A slightly positive experience. All right. Speaking of positive experiences,
Like dreams.
Kirby's
Inject this-
Dream Land 1, which I'm putting at solid titles by default.
Dopamine directly into my eyes.
It's friggin' Kirby's Dream Land. What do you want from me?
Ooh, it's.
May I ask one thing?
Can I just put both of them at absolute masterpiece, or does one have to be pristine and the other the masterpiece?
You know, that's a solid argument, because I was thinking solid and pristine. But man, yeah, Kirby's Dream Land 1. Just a beautiful little package of a game.
Okay. Because my
Especially-
question was
Oh yeah, go ahead.
my question was going to be what in your mind disqualified it from being pristine. So I'm grateful for this move.
Yeah, it's just it was because it's just hard to think of the top of the scale. But now that you're saying it, now that we're jumping ahead of ourselves just a little bit, but I don't blame you. Kirby's Dream Land 2 is probably masterpiece tier, and yeah, Kirby's Dream Land 1, just especially as someone who owned it as a child, like this game was fantastic. It was just so fun to play. It was made to be easily digestible and fun. And it's like that doesn't mean it's like without challenge. It's just like they made it accessible. And that was like that. It's fun to think about accessibility being the foundation of why Kirby exists. A very important boy, and I'm glad he's here. Also, shoutouts to White Kirby. He's still the
He got a
default in
tan.
my mind. He did get a tan. Yeah. It's weird to think about this game not having the copy ability too. Nowadays.
Yeah.
It's just like it never had to have it.
Kirby's still very solid without it.
Sucking and shooting.
What a foundation.
Yeah.
I love this little guy.
Alright. Let's see here. Next up was from our dear enemies at Sunsoft, Looney Tunes.
Boy, I have a hard time.
Another one
Another one
people
that's
don't
hard to remember.
I remember the train.
That's because it
Or-
wasn't.
No, that was Animaniacs.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're blending together.
um, I not much of anything. It's kind of lame.
Yeah, just
Guess the sprites were alright.
Yeah, no, it had great sprite work. It's another one of those, I think, pretty early in the life Game Boy titles. And Sunsoft had a license. Sunsoft had a license with Warner Brothers stuff. We discovered throughout playing a bunch of Warner Brothers property games. And they were kind of figuring it out. Looney Tunes, yeah, it's weird. It's kind of a perplexing mix of styles, which I suppose fits, but like the things they chose for certain characters are kind of weird. We have our obligatory shmup segment with Porky Pig of all people.
He was in a plane.
He was in a plane. Daffy's got a boomerang or something. Frisbees.
Didn't the plane shoot like stars or some shit?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
The Roadrunner segment was neat, but it was annoying. It was the only one that felt correct to the character, and like
He's a Roadrunner.
Yeah, because it was like, yeah, it's an auto runner with dodging stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. This is how you play a Roadrunner level. Man,
I bet if you look back far enough, there's Merry Melodies or something that has like all these people, all these characters in a situation. Maybe like, far if you go far enough back, there's a cartoon where Porky Pig does hop in a plane and shoots down somebody because things were happening at the time. But
what about Speedy Gonzales exploring ruins
he lives in Mexico, so there's
and fighting Dracula, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, his little dance! I just remembered his cute ass little dance. He like shoots stars out of his head. I don't know. It was moe as hell. I loved it.
Arriba, arriba.
Gonzales moe. Oh,
he deserves it.
You sent me on a train of thought. I'm not catching up to it. Yeah.
Did you have fun playing it? I know I didn't.
It wasn't super fun. I think it was like it was middling for most of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was not very fun. I remember seeing this on a speed run, which is why I picked it, because it was like, oh, cool, just a straight Looney Tunes game. And I liked how they described it, because it was like each one is a separate level with its own kind of story, like a Looney Tunes episode.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, this all checks out. This is cool.
That's a cool idea. Don't think they get it good.
They had like cut levels, but they kept the bosses in the boss rush. The Tweety and Sylvester level was alright. That one was also pretty true to the nature of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put this in had potential personally, because I like what they tried to do, but it was hit or miss on every level.
Yep, sounds good.
And Bugs and Daffy were mirrors.
It's metaphorical.
Whoa. Yeah, a little bit. They are married.
Yeah, good for them.
All right. Up next, speaking of the Warner Brothers, here they are, and the Warner sister, Animaniacs for the Game Boy.
It had a train that sucked.
That
It
train
had a train that
sucks.
It has some of the best player character animations, though.
Yeah, it did. It did. It's such a funny thing because Animaniacs for the Game Boy is adapted from the version that Konami made for the Genesis, but not the SNES one, which was a different game. And as far as being an adaptation of that goes, I think they did a pretty good job, I will say. The experience translates. You know, and that's pretty impressive. They had to make some cut, like, I see where they cut the corners. Like, for one, they have half the levels, and they can't have all three Animaniacs on at the screen at once. Oh no, my end stream music is on this playlist. This track slaps. Anyways, stream's over. Good night, everybody.
Peace.
But yeah, it is a cut down version of a game, I know, but that game in the first place might not be the best. I don't
Potential, maybe? I think it's very interesting that you get multiple characters that have unique abilities, and that's not really a thing we see too much of in this era.
Not
know.
really.
Yeah, that's like the basis of the game, is like all these challenges. It definitely, yeah, I'd say potential is probably the best place for it, because I think there was better utilization of that concept also in the Genesis version. The puzzles that you had to figure out through that. This mix of this song is weird. Anyways,
It's a little different.
it's, yeah, they really emphasize the bass.
Oh no.
Did you realize what was next?
Yes.
Oh boy, yeah. So yeah, if there's nothing more to say about Animaniacs, how about the game that almost made me stop editing these halfway through? Gremlins 2. I'm just putting it in misery right off the bat. Gremlins 2, the new batch.
God, that was an introduction to suffering. Like, I felt like Gremlins 2, is almost because of it, like, if I remember right, we could kind of like continue on the same level. Whereas, like, Sneak and Snakes, we had to start from the beginning after the game over. And
Yeah.
in a way, you know, that kindness was almost a cruelty, because we were doing the same thing over and over and over without ceasing.
The Sneaky Snakes dilemma was that we had a ton of lives and also no reliable counter on how many we had left. We had a bunch of lives and many continues. But once they were out, you had to go through like 20-something levels again. Gremlins 2 would let you repeat that level over and over, but it had no saves. A Sunsoft trademark is it had no saves or password system. So you were stuck there. or else. God, and yeah, just what a fucking repugnant game. Wretched, every aspect of it, just all the worst things you can expect in the thing. It's interesting because a lot of Sunsoft games play similarly. I actually noticed that. Like, I tried some out through like the Switch NES collection stuff. And I was like, I remember firing up a game and going, oh yeah, hey, Sunsoft, look at that. And then I played it and I was like, I immediately recognize these jump physics. They're in all of the fucking games. And they're bad.
There was an aspect of traversing the levels that I thought was cool, but there's a bunch of like, just in some situations where it's not a matter of this is engaging gameplay. This is, if you don't know the answer, shut up, or you're gonna take damage here because it's. I don't like when games don't allow you to interact with them with what they put in front of you, and this game did that a lot.
Yeah, and a lot of excessively tight platforming requirements. That were like, you know, almost like 90% certain to make you take damage, even if you did it really well.
Yeah, and that sucked. I hated that.
It is bad. Fucking like ceilings that you have to jump just barely past, or else you'll fall into a pit.
And like, don't get me wrong, I like. There's a part of me that really liked the like some of the boss stuff, and the final gremlin was cool, but the randomness.
It's a damage race. Yeah, it's a damage race that you just have to have full health and go for.
You just gotta hope. That's so whack.
It was really telling that most of the bosses in this game had a timer.
Yeah.
That you could just wait them out like a Toho boss. And just not have to defeat them.
I want...
Was Turok?
I want this... I think this is the game that I would want to be better. But I don't know if any of it had the... Like, this was to be something like... When somebody hands you a GDD, you fucking look at it and you go, no! Get it out! Throw it in the garbage and start over.
I give this game a pencil nut candy out of 10.
Ugh, yeah, that says everything. I feel like this deserves a new tier just to say pencil nut candy.
I said a dumb thing.
It will live on forever, thank you.
Yeah. It's crazy to have a game where I can say, if Hulk Hogan was in this, it would be better.
Oof. Ouch.
What more needs to be said on that? Batman! Batman the movie, the game. Also by Sunsoft.
Dick Punchy, right?
Yeah.
No. Dick
No?
Punchy was later.
Oh my
forget
god.
why-
I
forget
then I
where
don't
Dick
remember
Punchy-
anything
Oh yeah,
about
Dick
this
Punchy
game.
was a showcase.
Yes.
Wait, did Batman use a gun?
Yes.
Yeah.
This had tiny Batman with a gun.
That's
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
so-
yeah, and the giant
And the-
bullets.
And the
Yeah.
giant bullets. And the Jonkler who was twice his size.
I super... God, sorry.
We sure this wasn't Dick Punchy? Because
I'm
of
pretty
the
sure.
tall
Dick-
Joker? and we
Dick-
pushed him to
No, Dick Punchy was the showcase where we did comic games. And that was
Yes.
fucking Dick Tracy, I think.
Oh
we,
yes,
we,
yes.
we didn't have a
Literally
lot
Dick
to
Tracy.
talk about during Dick Tracy.
Except for the fact that we punched dudes in the dick a lot.
And we were like, Dick Bond.
This is my cousin, Dick Punchy.
My guy.
Yeah. Batman, little Batman with a gun is admittedly quite delightful to me.
He's very cute.
But yeah, a lot of similar issues to the other Sunsoft complaints I have.
I'd be tempted to bump this one up to perfectly adequate, but I remember the shmup sections being a real pain.
Yeah. Yes. And the auto scroller was also a huge pain in the ass.
I'm pretty sure during this one I was looking at the people talking more than the game because something
There's
about
so
it
much
was just
repetition.
boring. I remember thinking, Batman with a gun. That's pretty funny because I just watched superhero movie where he uses a gun. I'm like, that seems wrong.
Right.
It,
New Batman movie's pretty good. People should watch it.
I enjoyed it a bit. I don't know. I don't even know if this had potential. This felt like somebody had a different idea, and they were like, "Oh, we need to sell this thing, so slap Batman in it."
Yeah, we got that license, so we might as well. Yeah, I would say this is definitely in the kind of lame territory because the other release that Sunsoft did, was for the NES was so much cooler, and this stands in comparison to a game made by the same company, and it just looks like they phoned it in.
Little bit.
The other one had Ninja Gaiden wall jumps. Like, how do you not try to add that? Come on.
yeah, I don't know. You got to stand out if you want to make higher than this. Personally,
We had a lot of junk early. We had some real early on junk.
But it's okay now.
We tackled so many licensed games right at the beginning. It is going to be a lot more okay for a second because we have Kirby's Dream Land 2, which, goddamn,
Automatic qualifications.
No.
yeah, hard to even give it notes outside of this game is basically the perfect Game Boy experience. If I had to criticize it, some of the star pieces, were, there's a couple of them that are pretty esoteric and then kind of hard to do in sequence to get it. I think we had to look up a guide for one of them, which is a little unfortunate, but like the core experience is still there and it's still really fun. And even if you were to bump this to pristine example, that still emblemizes what I think of this game, because it's like its whole thing is when I look at Game Boy games, I look at like how are we utilizing the system itself? How are we working with our own limitations and doing something unique with them? And Kirby's Dream Land 2, I don't know if it's doing anything more than Kirby's Dream Land 1 did with them, but it is certainly showing that those limits are probably wider than people think. Because we have a whole copy system, we have buddies, we have so many levels in this game, and secrets and secret bosses and extra bonus games. Yeah, it's a full, and it looks great. It looks great. It sounds great. Like I remember us taking distinct notice of like the background sprite work, of just being simple but communicating a whole lot, and all kinds of stuff like that. It's a masterpiece.
I think they were both good, but I don't know if I have more good things to say about what I think about the game, so I'll leave it there.
Not speak an ill word of Kirby.
I mean, that's why I held my tongue for the first one too.
Do you have dissent?
Yeah, I don't think they're both are. I don't think either are masterpieces. I think Pristine Example makes sense, or even solid title for Kirby's Dream Land, and 2 I would say is Pristine Example because it is an evolution of Kirby's Dream Land. I really like Kirby lore, and like many games have built something truly incredible to like look at. But I don't know if I would. There's many parts of these games where I looked at something and thought I don't think I would remember this small portion of this game again unless somebody like showed it to me. But I don't think they're bad games at all. I don't know if I would call them perfect, because other games had like mini games and lots of unique powers and stuff too, but those just didn't have Kirby. And I think Kirby elevates a bunch of Kirby games by being a cute mascot, even if the game isn't that much better than it has a cute mascot in it.
In defense of these games specifically, and not the Kirby franchise as a whole, we are judging this based on the quality of the implementation of these features, not inherently the fact that they are there or whether they are cute.
Sure.
Yeah. Because yes, there's a lot of things that have a lot of the same things. I'm looking at Mystical Ninja, and boom.
Yeah, because that's the game I was thinking of. Like it has powers, it has mini games, it has side stuff, and then it has like some chibi cute characters. But I would think Kirby is way above that game. But I wouldn't think it's so far above that I would call it like a masterpiece of a game, personally. But I'm also not as like I had not played a bunch of Game Boy games until this year and last year. I never grew up with a Game Boy or anything like that. So like I have I guess maybe a different mindset about them.
I mean, that's fair. I'm in the same boat of I can count on one hand the amount of games in this entire series that I've played, and they have been 100% through emulation or later released collections of games.
Mm-hmm.
I have no nostalgia goggles whatsoever for Game Boy games. At least, like, original Game Boy games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that was sort of what I was saying. So yeah, I don't want to decry the game because I don't think it's bad at all. I would personally put it at pristine.
I'm so curious if you have any candidates yourself for masterpieces at the moment.
That is
not really. If I'm being honest with myself, not really. Maybe Fruit the Frog Tales, but that's just because it was pretty funny.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time rating Frog Tales.
That might be the best one on the list to me.
Mm.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to argue. But it's not an exclusive list. I don't think it's not an exclusive tier.
No,
I think we can have multiple masterpieces
for sure. And I like me being outvoted. I'm not like, dang it, that's impossible. No, I think that game could absolutely fit in that category. I don't know if I would put it there alone.
I mean, you can speak your piece.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a democratic process here,
Sure.
but I don't know. I think there's a majority. That said, there seems to be a majority of going like, yeah, Kirby's Dream Land 2 fucking rules.
Absolutely.
To where we might as well,
put it there.
For the most part, that represents us.
Yeah.
And even Your Descent puts it at pristine. So
yeah, I'm like, there's no way I would say these games are below pristine.
Absolutely not. Okay. Well, anyways, back to the bad license games.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, where is it? Where the hell is it? There it is. Toy Story.
Yeah, this one I feel is
gross.
really dragged down by being a port and not developed straight up for the Game Boy.
This is a fantastic educational example of overambition. I think I'd put it default to kind of lame.
Yeah,
because
God, I played the original thing that they ported over to this, and I was like, when I was younger, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, and I didn't know this existed, and then when I saw this, I was like, no, that's not great.
I remember being impressed with this game as a kid because I owned the Genesis version of this, and I was a lot easier on things back then. It's ambitious. Like I will always say that because they really tried to replicate the same sprites from this SNES Genesis era game, and then shrink them down into a Game Boy size game, and it didn't work.
No.
It just didn't work. Like they're all just sprites when it comes down to it, but the level of animation the sprites had and coexisting with the level of animation all the rest of the sprites have and the field of view you're expected to have and all that stuff. It just, none of that came together. And, oh god, and the fucking sound. The noise of it.
Oh, the state of it. It was...
Yeah. Couldn't even include any of the bosses. Couldn't include a good version of some of the level. Like some of the in-between levels that transitioned to other levels didn't exist. Story was all text. It was just a paragraph between each level. It was a real how-to not do a thing.
I wish they would have done a thing.
Yeah.
Instead of not doing a thing.
I don't know. What did you think of the SNES one? Like, I don't know. I remember feeling kind of fond of that game, but I would understand if that's a game that does not live up to it these days.
I mean, I remember thinking, oh, I remember Toy Story. This sort of looks like that animated movie I watched, just translated to digital, like video game. I can push buttons and make Woody go up.
And it was.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that kind of rules. And yet.
And yet. Yeah. God.
It was a fine game. Didn't leave a huge impression, but it wasn't like I didn't leave going I'm upset I played this now. Bad. I hit start on this and I did think I'm upset I hit start.
Yeah, I think it's definitely kind of lame, but man, there's an argument for misery.
A little bit, and the backgrounds were rowdy.
Or nothing.
There was worse ones, but fuck.
There was definitely worse ones. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's an argument for misery, but maybe I don't know. It didn't last long enough. Probably, I think that's the main criterion. This Toy Story was at least beatable in a fine amount of time.
If that game dragged on, I don't know.
Especially
I would
with
have
the
been
lack of levels.
Can we skip a game? Is that a thing we can do?
No.
Oh damn. Oh dang it.
All right. Okay. Who framed Roger Rabbit?
Fascinating game.
Yeah, I was literally about to use that word. It's a fascinating title.
It had a weird, like, structure to it that I thought.
The Disney block is fascinating because it has so much more of a variety than the Warner Brothers block. Because we got platformers from Disney Interactive. Roger Rabbit's a fucking adventure game from Capcom.
Yeah. It's weird.
I don't know if I put this at adequate or has potential, because like the whole, like, the adventure game-ness of it was a cool idea that I'm not sure if it was really realized to its fullest potential.
I can agree with that for sure.
Yeah, it had kind of fun, goofy writing that matched the setting, and I do appreciate that. This was definitely a good, like, I think it's still one of the better examples of a licensed game. Like, most of them are sitting and had potential, and this probably is no different, but it's definitely, I think, on the higher end of had potential.
Yeah, I would say of all of these, I'd probably put this one closer to perfectly adequate because the character talking to each other, the dialogue was I don't know. I liked it.
There was good sprite work. All the major characters were recognizable. There was interesting little set pieces like the driving boss. Kind of weird little shmup bits. The Doctor Doom in his big old machine. Doctor Doom, Judge Doom, his big old machine. Very, very diet version of the movie's story, but it was just like, yeah, sure. It's what you expect of a Game Boy game of a movie like that. But yeah, definitely could have used a little more polish as far as like signposting what you were supposed to do a little better and like where you're supposed to go.
There's a little bit of confusion on one of those adventure game portions that could have been helped.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Mickey's Dangerous Chase.
This one I really don't remember much.
This is the one where you were Mickey or Minnie, and it was a platformer, and you could pick up blocks and chuck them.
Yeah.
And that was the main mechanic. Also, there was a boat level, I think, once.
I only remember talking to Goofy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, right? The between-level Goofy chats. Where we're hunting down Pete to the ends of the earth. It really didn't look like Pete was at an advantage here.
Not really.
It looked like he was running for his life.
Being chased very dangerously.
Yeah.
He's been an underdog for a very long time in Disney content, despite originally being the boss.
A weird shift.
It's because Disney sympathizes with themselves more.
Yeah. That's a fascinating perspective shift of just like the oppressed being sort of becoming the oppressor, but the lens never shifting in that way. Because of just the perspective of a large corporation viewing their entity, viewing their biggest product. Wow.
I'm sure I'm using a very cynical take, but
Wow, bro, really makes you through. I'm saying that mostly at myself, but
Like, dang, man.
darn.
that's deep.
Pass the remote. I don't know what to say about it.
I don't think this game has enough positives to really prop it up beyond like much like kind of lame or had potential, one of the two, because I think there's things you can do with side-scrolling games, but they didn't do them.
It was very generic.
Yeah, again, it not being memorable is a bad beat in my book.
Yeah. Granted, some of that is like time.
A little
For
bit.
us, is this early section of the list is like, ugh. When was this? Fucking 2 years ago. Ugh.
I remember Roger Rabbit a lot because the
Yeah.
locations were really varied and stuff. But
I
this
mostly
one, God,
I mostly remember just finding a snake in my bathroom. I remember so little of that game.
Yeah. Oh, we should have put that in the snake list. Fuck.
Oh, I didn't get a picture of the little guy. I could
That
have
would've-
gotten one online of the same species, though.
That would have been
I hadn't
so
even thought about
funny. I forgot that's why you missed the last part of Roger. There's a literal
Yeah.
snake in the bathroom.
there's a snake in the bathroom.
Special entry. The snake in P. Drops' bathroom.
It's ranked at number 1 because it was an actual real-life snake.
And it was
Yeah,
terrifying.
it doesn't get more snake than that.
Poor little thing.
Alright. Fuck Mickey. Fuck Disney.
Speaking of Disney,
Speaking of fuck Disney, Hercules!
might I
Mm.
just say, this game sucks, but I kinda love it.
I'm kind of with you. This
Why?
This game is so fucking lame, but
It's
it kind of
really
endeared
funny.
to me.
Yeah, there's just so much about this game that's weirdly funny. Like, first and foremost, the like weirdly human proportions of our Hercules and his incredibly smooth, realistic human movements are just
The weird ass Prince
bizarre.
of Persia like rotoscoped animation
yeah.
and momentum physics.
It was so odd. I wouldn't put it in misery because this is a game where I was wrapped at attention while it was happening. I was just like, whoa, what is going on?
Also, Phil's screaming at you all the
Yeah.
time, which is just
Watch out for the chasms.
as someone who came into this having played Kingdom Hearts first, it just really sets off blaring lights in the back of my brain.
God.
Get up on the Hydra's back.
Get up on that.
I'm sorry,
Hydra's-
what? Directions unclear.
Get up on the Hydra's back!
I understand now, thank you. You're
Kid,
so
I got 2 words for you.
Maneuvers.
I guess from an objective standpoint, Hercules is kind of lame, but it sure holds a soft spot in our hearts to experiencing it.
It's the
Hmm.
highest end of kind of lame because of how weird it is.
It's
It's
Yeah.
funny.
yeah, it's
bad.
just a funny game. Like I feel should we add like a so bad it's funny category because like I feel like
Wait,
it's a very
maybe?
unique position for it to be in. Oh, oops, that changed the color. Ah. I don't know what I'm doing.
We can add row below or above.
Yeah, that's
Ta-da.
There we go.
we'll turn this
Lie.
blue. Yeah, live Futson. Turn this a little darker blue. Live in deeper misery.
I'm deep and is that the same
Oh,
blue?
this one.
So bad it's funny.
Like haha fun.
special consideration to Hercules. Grammar.
Also Medusa was there.
Also Medusa was there.
Yeah,
That was
she sure was.
great.
And I'm still gonna hate on that Medusa.
She's
I
not doing great.
I think the wildest part of this game to me personally is how easy the Pegasus sections were because they felt like they should have been a nightmare, but they were just nothing. Nothing.
Well, you know what they
happened in
say,
them.
don't look a gift Pegasus in the mouth.
Hey. Why did I
God.
just hit the? So much better that way. Yeah. So bad. It's just a funny little game. Just a funny little guy. That Herc. And it has 0 to Hero all the time. That's the only song I got.
When it smiles,
Just
the
like
girls
that.
went wild.
Okay.
And they slapped his face, and they slapped his face, and they slapped his face.
Speaking of singing,
Oh god, yeah, we did do that.
DuckTales.
didn't
Woo!
we? Woohoo. This game was actually quite good, though.
No, yeah, it's DuckTales. It's Capcom's DuckTales, through and through. I would say solid, at least.
I
Mm.
can't recall anything that I think would dock hit points away from solid.
I
Yeah, I would
would
have to say
almost
same.
make an argument for pristine. But because that gets tricky because that depends on your take on DuckTales and the inherent difficulty of DuckTales. Because that's where it comes to play here is DuckTales is a challenging video game. It is famous for like, wow, this is kind of hard but kind of fun. Why is this Disney game like this?
I think it entirely depends on whether you as a player feel that it is implemented in a fair manner or whether it's just unnecessary cruelty.
Yeah, it's difficult for no reason. It doesn't add to the experience.
I'm trying to think, like, was it annoyingly difficult, or was it just, ooh, well, I gotta do that better? But also, in when I'm thinking of Pristine Example, I think of, you know, the translation of this game to the Game Boy. I think it had less levels, so I guess it's not like a perfect translation. I'd have to double check on that, but it probably had like 2 less levels at least.
This is truly the cutest Scrooge McDuck has ever looked before or since.
I'd agree. I don't know if this game has anything that would push it into pristine for me, because the pristine version of this game for me is Wario.
That's a fair point.
No.
I leave the final points to the people who've actually played this, since the difficulty is such a emphasized point on this game that I can't really judge that myself.
Okay, so looking at it, it did in fact translate every major level of the NES game. And basically the gameplay loop, like where you have to do certain levels to like unlock the mine and stuff like that. It is, man, yeah, it is like almost a perfect translation of it. I think the levels themselves are reworked to be smaller and fit on the screen.
You have, again, less space to work with.
Yeah, you know, and they realize that. Oh, man, yeah. This is what a Game Boy translation of this is what a Game Boy port wants to be. Which makes me want to put it in pristine. But do I feel that strong? Do I genuinely feel that strongly about the rest of the game's experience?
I mean, does it have to be locked in if you put it there? You could always shift it again once we have more examples in either categories.
You're not wrong. Words, did you have any notes on that front?
Difficult. I mean, we both played the same difficulty game. Like it was hard but doable. I didn't feel like it was like impossible or anything. It felt like the game felt good to play, but again, I nothing about the game jumped out at me as like, wow, this aspect of this video game is really stellar. Interesting.
I'll keep it as solid for now. It is. Okay. That's the lowest it deserves. That's for sure.
I would agree.
DuckTales.
Woo!
A woohoo.
I might also be biased because I wrote lyrics.
That was fun. I'm glad we did it. I don't care if we're cringe.
Don't cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes.
I can never cringe.
All right. Next up, ooh, yeah. Here's some real shit. For the frog, the bell tolls.
This would be my easy push from absolute masterpiece.
There is very limited competition on this list in terms of narrative and writing.
Agreed.
And in a way, like this one being so new to me, I think kind of gives it even more points. I didn't have any real expectations beyond that. Oh, I've vaguely heard of this as a hidden gem. On the kind of almost entirely on the strength of its characters and its writing, I would put this one in masterpiece. Like, I don't recall it, being bad gameplay wise, but I don't think there was anything that made me go wow. But like, the whole package made this one a joy, even though it was several sessions.
This game, like Pio said, from like narrative writing and like the minute-to-minute dialogue, whoever was writing it was excellent, and then the translation was also pretty excellent. I had a bunch of moments in the game where I marked out and enjoyed like a hilarious, like, don't worry, I have tons of cash, and that to this day I think about that all the time, and I'll just giggle to myself a lot, like while I'm
summon $1 million.
Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. I'm going to Austin to fucking work, and I'm like, I got tons of cash.
Tons of cash.
But this game is sort of what I like, because the minute-to-minute gameplay stuff, I really like the transformation aspect of things and how that worked into the plot, and like different characters with different abilities. You're playing Saboy the whole time, but he has different abilities as he he's given different accesses because of different forms he takes, and that I really enjoyed. Because it was that same idea from Animaniacs, just ratcheted up a couple times.
Yeah, if there's anything to detract from it, I will say from the gameplay perspective is slightly clunky menuing to do all of that.
The menu was a little rough. Won't lie.
I think it would have done well with a Zelda-like system of being able to put things on each button and just make them happen. Like being able to put my snake eggs and fruit on the same button to transform into snake and transform back would have been very helpful.
Would have been pretty good, actually. I will say, this is the only game on this list that I've gone back to play again.
Yeah.
Which says something about a Game Boy game, I think.
There was like, I try to think, it's just like, what would I detract from this game? And there's like a part of it that I'm remembering is like, oh, that platforming part kind of sucked. That was a little annoying. And then I kind of like, and I think it's like, I had to really think to find that moment. And also, I definitely remember how much human error was on my part. Of how I could have made that easier on myself with the game's own mechanics. So I don't even think that's the game's fault to a certain degree. Yeah.
There's a thing I like about games where it, like, there's a point, like a big thing happens, and then the game just kind of keeps going with more cool things happening. And going to the island with the scientist and like, like
the Nintendo building.
like that all ruled. I don't know. In my head, this is much more than a pristine example. This is a game that's memorable to me, and it's exemplary of a bunch of things.
Yeah, I think I do agree that this definitely deserves the highest space, because yeah, it's a game that I think we'll always be thinking about a little bit in the future. It'll stick with us. It was a great experience. It's wholly unique, a completely original property. Its music kicked ass.
21 games down.
Yeah. There's another one of those Totaka jams.
I wish I had a better, if this game was made today, because I just want this game to be made today.
Yeah, I would just love a remaster of this game like Link's Awakening got.
God, that was so...
Nintendo,
so
like,
good.
come on.
Do
I think
it.
people would give you a lot of money, actually, to just be able to play this game legally.
It's adorable.
And also make a sequel to Balloon Kid. for me. Well, anyways. Oh,
It's time. It's time.
it's time.
It's time for Wordsy to have a bunch of hot takes.
Yeah, what's your hot take? This game is so bad
Puzzles
it's
are-
funny.
Puzzles rule.
Puzzles are great.
I fucking
See-
love puzzles.
I would put this one at had potential.
Mm-hmm.
If this game, if they just cut entirely back half of this game, it would have been great.
To your point,
If-
PO of European Extreme, this game
Yeah.
is only a European release, and they added like 100 more levels.
Yeah.
The Japanese version just has like 50 levels. It's a third of the length.
Like, if I was playing this game, like, casually,
Mhm.
I would love it. I'd get up to the point where it stopped being fun, stop playing, and have had a great experience. Having to continue on past the good parts was like the end where it was just 10 minutes of you experimenting before I get the solution from GameFAQs was a rough time.
Yeah, it's... God, it is just... I think it has failings as a puzzle game, too. But I don't know, like, maybe it's just, maybe my brain's just not in that space. But I feel like so much of it being action-oriented timing and trial and error, figure it out stuff is not good. I don't think that's good for puzzle. I don't think that's a good puzzle, personally.
It felt like so much of that was in the later parts.
Yeah.
The unexplained mechanics of like pieces of the puzzle like spawning in a different part if you block their original spawn zone.
It
is
was explained. I'll give it that.
Kind of.
Once. It was explained to you once, and I don't think they made you do it for like 50-something levels.
It was explained, but their explanations were terrible.
Yeah,
Um,
you can't plan around it until you do it.
Right. And this is I think this game is something I really like. So I have no illusions that it's gonna like pass anything but had potential, because I don't think anybody else was having as much fun as I was while solving these puzzles. I don't know. I really like this game, but that's just because it's I like hitting my head against something for days on end until something comes out of it. That is an exciting thing for me to do repeatedly, and it gets better as the longer it takes me to do.
That's fair.
Yeah. I have to...
I think
oh,
in
yeah,
the...
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I suppose, in a similar vein of thinking, I kind of detest this game because it is so out of my own personal preferences, I must admit. And I know a large part of that is automatically coming from the fact that this is a puzzle game, and I already think puzzle games are infinitely more fun to play than watch. But it is also one of those puzzle games that is, you have a straightforward goal and 50 billion extremely arbitrary rules, and that is just not what I like personally. I would rather have a simple setup and well-executed puzzles with simple rules as opposed to a simple puzzle with crazy rules.
A simpler set of rules would have definitely helped this game, because those kind of puzzles are also fun, I feel. The escalation of how like you utilize the tools they give you in this game is objectively is not fun. I don't think it's like as a guy who likes any kinds of puzzles and also grinding at something, I think I'm the perfect person to play this game, but it's important to remember that is super not what like I want to imagine most people want to do with their time.
Yeah, that's. I think that's another reason to keep it at had potential, because it has potential for like. It's not for everybody, but if it is in your wheelhouse, nobody else is going to give you as much of it as Lolo.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
A lot more misery bang for your buck.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
weird case because like Pio said, we're kind of thinking of this. We have to think of this from two different angles in some cases, of as a game we streamed and as a game you would play on your own and just take your own time with. And as a game you would take your own time with, I think it's okay, but like I don't know if I would call something that had a point where I go, I don't want to play this anymore instead of completing it, necessarily good.
As a game you stream, I think this game is bad.
Yeah, this is a terrible stream game, and I'm filled with regret.
It sucks so much for that specific purpose. But as a game you would just play on your own, I'd probably rank this as like a solid title. But I think if I were to give this to any of my friends, generally they would get to a point where they'd be like, okay, got it. Understood. I'm done.
Yeah. We will give this the kindness of had potential.
I wouldn't, but
Yeah,
that is completely fair. I love this game.
I'm
I would
still
kill Lolo
still
with
kind
my
of
hands.
I'm still kind of dealing with it kind of lame, frankly, at best. But I don't know. I do kind of agree with some Fio's points for had potential. The mixes of our consensuses, I think, stick it here.
Yeah.
The soup. You stir it all together. Okay.
Despite where I ranked it, I probably still like that better than Kirby.
Yeah, well, that's very much to taste.
Yeah, it's just tasting.
You just gave us a whole lot of opinion to swallow, bud.
Sorry.
Gulp. Blaster Master Boy. What a guy. Look at this
There
little
is.
guy.
So much lore.
So
Right,
much
it's a lot.
lore in Blaster Master, the other game.
I found a book.
We found a book that might still be canon, unlike the other ones.
Apparently it is.
Unlike the other ones in that collection.
Yeah.
I feel perfectly
Gear.
adequate. Describes Blaster Master Boy.
Honestly, yeah, kinda. I think
Yeah.
my only huge complaint was the dark levels. That was kind of a bullshit thing that they threw at you and really expected you to prepare for properly.
This is the one I don't remember.
You had a Robo Snake. The bosses had kind of a real range of this is kind of neat and a good amount of challenge to this is kind of bullshit.
This is probably a game I'd put into has potential because I don't remember a lot about it, but I probably have to go back and watch the video, but I'm pretty sure I would want just improvements to things or slight changes to like it more.
I can't. Yeah, for me, had potential is like I don't know if I could. It kind of just seems to be, you know, generic video game product. I don't know if I would put it at had potential. There's like I don't recall anything that like hooked me enough to make me go, oh man, I wish they executed this a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All I would change is the dark levels. overall.
I don't have strong feelings on this, so
Yeah,
perfect
that's the
adequate.
thing. It's just like there were some things that were frustrating, there were some things that were fun. The end. Blaster Master Boy. Not even technically a Blaster Master game.
Nope.
It's a Bomberman spinoff, but whatever. Tell that to marketing. That's unsolved.
No.
I won't either. Bionic Commando.
I think the only reason I like this game is because we were doing it together. I don't think I would like this game if I was doing it with anybody else.
Not even with Rad Spencer.
I think his name is great, but
And Bazooka Joe. Oh wait, no, not Bazooka Joe. That's a Mega Man guy.
Super Joe.
Super Joe.
Super Joe.
Super Joe.
I remember some of the characters being kind of funny, not in a way they intended, of course, but I like hook shots. I think that's about the extent of my feelings.
I don't think I would move this around because like the game was funny enough, or maybe we were funny enough that I remember it, but it didn't wow me or anything. It's kind of where I would put it right now.
For me, it felt like kind of fairly generic gameplay, elevated by a bit of like that gung-ho action movie anime, like kind of aesthetic and characters. Perfectly adequate is like, yeah, not a. It didn't feel like an absolute classic, but you know, if this one was, if you got this game for Christmas, you wouldn't be too put out by it.
No, yeah, this is definitely something like if I had to just sit with it and play it and master it, it would have been fine. It would have been dandy. There was a couple, you know, that towards the end it got a little bullshit with the bosses, and there was a couple swinging sections that were annoying. But I think I can take those with the good well enough. Because, like, yeah, I don't know, like, something about it being, like, just this sort of, like, this is the same game, but we're, like, gonna put a little more of our ass into the story, even if it's just kind of silly. We're gonna, like, add cutscenes. Like, it's fun to see a Game Boy game that takes something further than an NES game did. You know? Sometimes they would just be like, well, we already made a game, and even though we're making a smaller game, we can still add, like, cutscenes and dialogue. It's still within our capabilities to just do this. Good sprite work too. Like they made cool portraits of the characters and stuff in the game. Yeah. It was a fun little game. Fun thing. And we talked about Bite. Remember Bite?
Yes.
You should.
Too bad.
We recorded a Bite for that episode. Boy, Bite. All right. The halfway point. Let's hit it.
Game 25.
Game 25. The Legend of Zelda: Ligma's Awakening.
Good. Enjoy game.
Yeah.
I would bump this one up to pristine at the minimum. It's like for Frog had like a really fun like narrative and good characters. This is like one of the 2 games, maybe 3 I spy down here that has like a story with like emotional stakes.
Yeah.
Pathos.
Yeah. A little bit. God, yeah. Link's Awakening is such a solid thing. Just a solid product. Especially considering it had to follow Link to the Past. Like, like coming from a Super Nintendo Zelda to make a Game Boy Zelda is no easy task. And not make it feel like a downgrade,
Mhm.
And I think they did something really fun and unique that, has not really been... I guess I can't say it's not been done again with Zelda, because a lot of those, like, non-sequels have a lot of these elements, these, like, weird, like, it's like, let's get weird with it.
This was a really weird, like, what-if story that I really enjoyed.
It also gets fun bonus points for kind of being a result of the Twin Peaks boom in Japan. Because they literally were like, Twin Peaks is kind of interesting, and I like the setting of weird esoteric people in a small town, and an outsider coming to that small town to figure out a mystery. And that's how Link washing up on this weird island was formed. It's like all the townspeople have their own little, like, weird little quirks, and, like, they all are just a little off. But they're just living their life. It's it's just otherwise, like, I think there is definitely drawbacks to this game that are especially around just hardware capabilities. Like, I said part of its mechanics would have aided for the Frog of Belt's holes, but boy, would it have been nice to improve upon those mechanics for the Zelda aspect of it, like having hot swaps or something,
Yeah.
Like being able to just, like, I don't know, hit select and then scroll through items instead of pulling up the entire menu.
Yeah.
So, for example.
A mechanic that sadly took quite a while to get into Zelda in general.
Yeah, right? Like some kind of weapon wheel. Jeez. I haven't played has anybody played the remaster?
Oh, sadly no.
I still
want
to try it, yeah, because I wonder if they added something like that to, like, just make equipment managing a lot easier. Especially now that you have 4 buttons and 4 shoulder buttons to work with. But yeah, I definitely sets a pristine example of a Game Boy title. That's kind of the thing with Nintendo titles, right? It sure is a thing they do well with their own system. Anything else anybody wants to say? Any dissents? Wordsy, do you have hot takes?
I mean,
do you have Zelda takes?
Fine. No, I think it's a good game. I think my initial vote would probably put it in solid titles, not pristine, but I think it fits there as well. It could go in either one. I just think if I was alone, I'd vote it slightly lower. But I think it's a really, really good game still.
All right. Well, we're halfway through the list.
We done did
so
it.
let's take a little break.
Sure.
Maybe hope the connection stabilizes a little more. I'm gonna throw up this little BRB screen. You can look at Kurt here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're back. A dinosaur story. No, wait, that was Baby T-Rex.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed that intermission, and I hope the internet will play nice with me from now on.
Let's do it, internet.
Let's go. We got some Game Boy Power Hour music, and just to change it up. Full of songs we probably won't recognize from now on. Just checking my levels. It's a little louder than the other one. Okay. Now, where were we? Oh, yes.
Holy.
Ghostbusters 2. Does anybody remember what this game was like?
I remember
Yes.
that you do actually get to play with another Ghostbuster as a computer character, so that's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you have this like little 2-man team, and each button is for wrangling and then trapping, which is neat. I kind of wish it was expanded on a little more, like a swap mechanic, because each one has their own HP. It's weird.
I think the only sprite I truly remember is Bill Murray because they very accurately portrayed his receding hairline.
They really
Yeah.
did. It was like eerily accurate.
I don't have a bad thing to say about this game.
But I don't really have a good thing to say either.
Yeah, this was a super game to me.
This was a very game.
I think this game is really neat, especially as especially as a licensed game. It is weirdly faithful to the movie in a way you wouldn't expect just looking at it. Because it's like, oh yeah, its gameplay loop is, run around a top-down level with your little guy, your little dudes, and nab them ghosts. But like all the bosses are set pieces from the movie, like every single one of them is. It's all there, like, and they even have attacks that are like pretty okay references to the situations involved. It's weird. Like, there's some love put into this. And it was made by HAL Labs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I can't think of. I guess I wouldn't quite bump it up to solid, but definitely I can't. Did it have like really crunchy voice clips, or am I thinking of the NES one?
You're probably thinking of an NES version.
I don't remember it being particularly too bad.
It was pretty average. It had like a fun little, it had the Ghostbusters theme, and it had just some unmemorable beep boops for the rest of it.
Sometimes you just gotta have boops.
Sometimes it's just about the beep boops, and that's all you need. I think, yeah, perfectly adequate is probably the best place for it. It was an unexpected. It was a pleasant surprise for me when I grabbed it.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, just there.
This feels like a game me and B would probably, like, some part way through we would just start fucking around.
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I figured.
You were talking
We
about.
also kind of did.
Yeah, it was. No, I'm pretty sure 100% of that episode is talking about who would win scenarios.
Oh yeah.
but not in fights. Yeah. No, we literally do not talk about the game whatsoever.
I feel like, especially as someone who doesn't really have feelings about Ghostbusters, I'll be honest, beyond the premise or occasional, whoa, that guy got me good, I don't know what to say about this game. Like, commentary wise, I was never really sure what to say.
It's cute.
It's a cute little game.
Fine little game. Again, I ain't got nothing bad to say. I don't really got nothing good to say. It's a multiplayer game that I'm sure somebody would probably have a lot of fun with.
It's weirdly not.
Is
the thing.
You're right. It isn't. Oh God.
It should have been.
I know.
Yeah.
Like it's baffling to me that this isn't a link cable game.
Man, that could have been. So that's where I would put it and have potential personally, because that seems like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if that detracts from it as much as it would for other things, but like, if it had that, I think I would put it in solid, because I think that's just cool.
I'm not saying it detracts from it. To me, has potential isn't necessarily a bad thing. A very good game could be and has potential.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the had potential thing at least like the stuff it's missing is detracting enough that we have to make a note of it.
Okay, fair enough.
And I don't know, like, while that is very cool and definitely a missed opportunity, kind of a very big why isn't this here? It's whatever. The game still stands on its own feet.
Indeed it do.
But will you have more to say about Bill and Ted's Excellent Game Boy Adventure, A Bogus Journey?
I think the only reason I like this game is because I like Bill and Ted.
I do remember this game was kind of hideous.
It did not look good at all, but
like in a funny way.
Yeah, I like these two dumb idiots.
I remember the manual was very amusing.
Yeah, the manual is written in a very distinct voice, which was great. It was a great time to listen to. Same goes for Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles has a really good manual voice. Yeah, it's if you look it up sometimes, the way they describe everything in the manual is very funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this belongs. I guess kinda lame. Maybe so bad it's funny.
I would put it in probably so bad it's funny because it looks very bad, and I remember having a good time while playing it. But I don't think it's a good game.
No, I can't really say I'd call it a good game.
Yeah.
It's better than the NES one, weirdly. The NES one is like famous trash game. This one is if I want to make a new category, a game that feels like it was made for a DOS computer.
Got him.
Like, there's a few Game Boy titles that are very much like that. It's such a weird, like their choices of sound font and everything. It's just like, you were working on an ancient computer while making this.
And
collect glowing squares.
Sometimes you're glowing squares. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, so bad it's funny works. The Hunt for Red October.
I can hear this game.
Oops.
Misery.
To be fair, it was kind of miserable, but in a way that was so repetitive that I started losing my mind and it became funny.
I think if I had to sit with that game without you guys there, I would have maybe done a dumb thing that I would normally do outside of video games. That game hurts. I didn't like it.
I think the idea of playing an entire game as a submarine is interesting.
Yeah, I almost want to put this in had potential.
Yeah, maybe.
This game is a weird ambition for a video game, and I understand that it was like a huge blockbuster movie. Is this technically the first Tom Clancy property to be a game?
Oh, maybe. I feel like we looked this up during the...
Yeah.
Did we?
I feel like we did, and I can't remember what we found. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first one, though.
Neither would I.
Yeah. It's in that first era of video games, that NES Game Boy era, where... Well, it's not the first era of video games, but still. First era of, like, major mainstream video games, I'd say. I don't know. I'll give NES that credit of, like, really bringing the video game console to the most people.
Yeah. Making games accessible to folks is a good thing, man.
That was a good mark on Nintendo back in the day. Like,
And now
I don't want to. I don't want to
new
talk
Microsoft.
Nintendo. Yeah, no, they're new. It is very antithesis of what they do now. In fact, because yeah, they were like really like thinking of it as like, how can we get as many people as possible to buy our thing, and that was to make it affordable. And like, we're gonna work to make this affordable and easy to make, so we can make a bunch of them, and people will buy a bunch of them. Yeah, I don't know. It was such a weird thing. Anyways, we're sidetracking. On for October. Kind of ambitious. The NES version has similar gameplay, so it's kind of just like this is ending up as a bad. Is it a bad translation if the game is already kind of not great?
I don't know if it's a bad translation.
It's just a good translation of a bad game.
I don't know. This game stood. Normally, I'd say a game that doesn't stand out is a game that I wouldn't rate very high because it has nothing interesting to talk about. This game has interesting things to talk about, but it's because I don't like those things. I
like our weird fortress bosses,
our
our weird techno fortresses of Russia.
I was so
the Atlantis level.
I was so finished. I don't.
This game's a ride.
I don't want this game to be thought of fondly, I think is where I'm at. And I think that's really unfortunate for a video game.
I don't know. Something about it just endears me, and this just might be me, though. I don't know.
I mean, I have a similar thing with Lolo. Like, something about it endears me, but I think that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our inclinations, whether we understand them or not. There's nothing wrong with being charmed by something, even if it is something you can agree isn't very good.
It's true. B and PO. Whoever wants to go first. What's your full take on it? Where do you think it belongs?
I really can't remember it much. Like, it's, the things I've been saying have like jogged a little bit of memories, but nothing about the game really wowed me, and I've thought and this is one of the cases where departure from the source material made me really question, why have you done this?
What are we doing here?
How are we doing this?
Well, first of all, I guess I have to say that my enjoyment of this game is going to be inherently skewed by the fact that I just do not care for this genre of game. I don't like war games. I don't like games where you're basically just driving a machine around, whether it has combat capabilities or not. It is just not in my taste.
You're not a vehicle person.
I'm not a vehicle person. I'm not a war game person.
Yeah, and this is both of those things.
And this is both of those things. Both of those premises, for whatever reason, just kind of bore me to tears. But they had Atlantis, ? That was weird, but I can appreciate it. I think the minimap was neat.
Yeah, it was actually
I
kind of
remember
solid.
liking that.
Man, I don't know. It's kind of dancing between had potential and kind of lame.
I would say I think there's things you can do to this game that would make it significantly better with enemy design, level length, and
More Atlantis.
More, yeah, variation.
I'm kidding.
Because it's Hunt for Red October and it's supposed to be about submarine war shit. I think you would need to drastically change a bunch of things for it to have potential. But I would default to kind of lame. I can envision this game but better, but I think there's so many wrenches that need to get thrown in that pot that it's
Many.
it's not a it's kind of not worth it.
I think I would have preferred a much stronger emphasis on narrative since this is a book adaptation.
Hmm.
Based on the book, based on the movie.
Yeah, like there's virtually no actual like explicit narrative in this game, which
No.
I just think is really weird.
Right?
Like at least I'm not a big fan of like war games, but war stories are fine
That could be
sometimes.
really cool.
Yeah, but particularly my interest would be in the soldiers. If you don't have a good set of soldiers, you don't have a good war story, and we had none of them.
We had a boat.
Yeah.
We
this
didn't
is
have a captain.
the idea of the Hunt for Red October is very much about the captain and his crew defecting and their journey of defection and how they're trying to avoid getting destroyed by either side of the war.
Right.
And
Which is such a
that's where the
good
drama
premise.
is. Yeah. It's juicy.
That's a good story with compelling like drive for the characters. And we had a boat.
Yeah, we just had a submarine and we're avoiding a bunch of other submarines and battleships and helicopters in Atlantis. Fucking lame.
Let's just go to Atlantis.
Atlantis.
We will.
Speaking
in a
of
couple days.
places we should go,
No? No, I wholeheartedly disagree. Jurassic Park.
Oh, is it because containment will be broken?
Yeah.
Oh, that
what are you
sucks.
talking about? It's foolproof. Didn't you hear them?
Yeah, Shakes, the dude on the intercom said this is the safest place we can be, honestly.
He did spare no expense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're good. So.
You ever see... I saw the trailer. I saw the trailer for the newest of the new trilogy, you know? The final chapter, Extinction,
Yeah.
Jurassic Park Extinction, or
Hell
World,
yeah.
whatever the fuck. It's just a logo. They didn't even have a name on the trailer. It was just a
believe it.
Jurassic Park logo in amber. It's really funny.
Fantastic.
So like, yeah, I saw that. I saw it, and I'm just like, like, I almost just got depressed in the movie theater watching that trailer.
I mean, it's always sad to see something you love just kind of eventually devolve.
Into
That's
whatever
bad.
this current thing is.
God, it's like, I want to say it's missing the point, but there's this weird aspect of it that is making me like go, well, I guess you are sort of answering like the thing. The trailer's so funny to me because it starts with this like replay of the speech by Hammond, where he's just like, where he's that part where he's talking to Ellie in the dining room, and is just like, I wanted to give people something real, something they could touch, like, you know, and it's kind of, you know, a montage of like dinosaurs in the wild of modern day, set to that, and it cuts off at the end of that. And I go like, and I'm just kind of thinking, it makes me think of the fucking like, I don't know why it's the Garfield looking at the no Garfield sign. It's like, I wonder what followed that speech.
Don't worry
I wonder
about
what
it.
the rebuttal was. What did Laura Dern say to that?
That sounds like a great idea, is surely what she said.
Yeah. I'm into this.
But like,
I can see no problems with this.
but to my point, the idea is this is followed by, oh my god, there's dinosaurs everywhere and it's chaos in the world. You know, in the modern world, this is not an isolated island. So like, yeah, sure, this is like definitely worst case scenario consequences of your concept coming into play. But boy, does it still just reek of like, this is still a big dumb fucking action movie. All of this has nothing to do with Jurassic Park for the Game Boy, but maybe it's as bad an idea as Jurassic Park on the game. No, I'm kidding.
This
game's
a
okay.
movie. This is a movie franchise that you are very attached to, so I understand.
You are our expert.
Jurassic Park is the greatest movie. Anyways, it's really has nothing to do with Jurassic Park for the Game Boy. Two tastes of my hyperfixations coming together, in a very average experience.
Shoot some dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nothing can capture the magic of Jurassic Park quite like Jurassic Park, the movie.
Yeah, anything is just an offshoot of the experience. Though I like the Sega Genesis game, even I think people don't like it, and they probably are right to, because it's probably not actually a very good game. But I think it was a cool, ambitious game. But once again, nothing to do with Jurassic Park for the Game Boy, the one based on the SNES one.
You know what? What this whole discussion makes me think.
Yeah.
We don't care enough about this game to talk about this game.
Which
It's
is not good.
It's a top-down shooter where you shoot dinosaurs. It does that fine.
It is?
Um,
I did not remember that.
Yeah, you have a gun and you shoot velociraptors, and tiny dinosaurs, and
They drop balls or whatever
they
those were. I don't
drop
know
balls of ammo, I think, is what those are.
Oh.
Oh, hey, Smurfs music.
Deadass chicks, if you told me they dropped Mom Spaghetti and M&M was in this game, I'd been like, yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Might as well have. Mr. DNA was in that sign,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Hey, you don't have the card. Go away, kid."
I think that was
Goofy?
the only time we were
Yeah.
like, this game is awesome during the whole stream.
was the Mr. DNA on a screen that said you can't go here.
Yeah.
You're not allowed.
Boy, that T-Rex fight blows. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What else was in this game? That power plant with the insta-death electricity.
Mm-hmm. Super good.
Real good.
Chicks.
What does this game contain?
Did you like this game?
Eh.
What would
I
you
remember us
say?
doing Wharf impressions.
Yeah. You
I'm a
honor
little
me.
distracted by Smurfs. Smurfs music is throwing me off. Okay, thank you. I know this too. This is the credits of Super Mario Land 1. Fuck yeah. Got it.
I'm gonna
anyways.
go ahead and reiterate. This game is so not good. You're distracted by the background music for the stream. This is a dud. This is a dud, my dude.
I suppose it is. That does maybe mark it for kind of lame material, doesn't it?
Very sorry.
I wish I could. It's not bad. It's not like
Ooh.
horrendous. It's not horrendous. It's just kind of there.
It's just super not memorable.
My favorite thing is when looking up this. I put this in the video and in the thread, but I will reiterate. My favorite thing when looking this up is the interview with Ocean, of them getting the rights to make this game and their development process. And the guy quoted said, like, in so many words, basically said that Ocean was known for just, like, shoveling shit out. and this was different. This was on another level. This wasn't just another Ocean game. It was like, dude, really?
That's unfortunate.
You are burying your own company. But yeah, yeah.
We make garbage and we know it, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
we just crank shit out. It sucks. Yeah, the purchasing history also, the bidding history of who gets to make the Jurassic Park game is also fascinating. Yeah. Anyways, there's a lot more to say than just the game. But here's a game that is goddamn good. Donkey Kong.
Hell
Donkey
yeah.
94.
Personal bias. for me, puts this one an absolute masterpiece.
Mm.
So
I mean, it's got to be solid minimum, right?
Yeah.
I'd say it's pristine minimum. I do think Donkey Kong is one of the best examples of a game series being adapted to a Game Boy, because they just sort of took the ball and ran way beyond what you would ever expect them to do. And I think part of that was they really wanted something strong to accompany the release of the Super Game Boy. You know, it's just like, let's give you a reason to also, you know, bump that up. It's gonna basically play like the length of a SNES game you would own, but for your Game Boy.
Launch
So
title.
maybe buy this thing.
This is a launch title game. It's super dope. Come play it.
Yeah.
big and it's good.
I don't know what is holding me back from calling it a masterpiece. Something is. I just don't know what it is.
I can't really say one way or another why I don't think this game is pristine or a masterpiece. Maybe it's just proclivity again. I'm Donkey Kong's like whatever for me.
Yeah,
Gamer
I don't know.
instinct.
It is. I love this game, and it is one of the most memorable Game Boy experiences of like, okay, I'm gonna play Donkey Kong for the Game Boy. What the fuck? Like, I got past 4 levels and it turned into a different game. I can do Super Mario 64 triple jumps now. What is this? Yeah, like if this was a numbered list, it would like probably be in top 5 for me. But like, I'll keep it at pristine examples, and like B said, nothing keeping us from bumping it up. Cause yeah, I'm weirdly wavering between agreeing with PO wholeheartedly and going like, I don't know.
Yeah,
He's got a big dump truck ass. He's got that Donkey Kong badonkadonk.
But Donkey Donk.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. What's it? Avenging Spirit is next.
Oh.
A
This
solid
one had a
title
bunch
if there
of-
ever was one.
this
It had a
one
bunch of cool enemies. I liked.
I would want to put this one at pristine. This is the other one I was thinking of when I was thinking like Game Boy games, the stories that have like pathos.
A little bit.
Mm.
The story to this is actually, has more depth than you would expect as you move along. Like, it gives you a conclusion. And, yeah,
I like
It
the
is-
enemies.
a little sad.
I very much like the enemies quite a bit in this one.
It is, like, when it comes down to it, it is kind of just a different Kirby game.
It's true. I guess. Yeah.
But with the power-ups being your life system. Which I think is an interesting take. Like, I wouldn't be against putting in pristine, but I don't know if other people don't feel as strong. Thoughts?
So I know I liked it, but I don't have strong reasons why. I just kind of do.
I guess I'm in a similar boat of enjoying this game, but not particularly having strong feelings about it. It was good.
Yeah.
Well, if there's no huge objections, I'll keep it in pristine.
Yeah.
That sounds fine.
Okay. Yeah. not a whole lot to discuss because it was also just a nice short game.
It's
Very much
pretty
like Kirby's Dream Land. Had had a little bit of a difficulty spike at the end, but like we got there.
Oh, a game I do have strong feelings about, though.
Castlevania the Adventurer.
This game, I don't think I would even care about if me and Beat-Ups weren't just yelling nonsense for
Yeah, this game
hours.
was not very good, but it has a legacy now that has made it incredibly endeared to my heart.
Yeah, this game is very rough, but it is, I feel like our own personal experience with it has kind of made it a so bad it's funny.
That's exactly where I'd put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a very bad game that I think is super funny because Dracula
The
Christopher.
Dracula lore.
I can't eat butter forever. It's so important. You understand this? No. I need nutrients.
You see the butter, you eat the butter, I got you in the fridge.
Fucking gay married Christopher Dracula. Fucking somebody write that fic. Shakes review it.
Oh boy. The fanfic review pile grows. Potentially.
Thank God.
Yeah, right?
If I was more confident in writing romance stuff, I'd give it a shot.
Hell, give me your bad romance.
You don't want my bad romance.
I want your loving, I want your revenge. Yeah, so bad it's funny. It was a hoot. It was a hoot how bad that game was. Because we just
It
we
spawned
could just-
something new.
yeah, because it just made us go insane through repetition. And on the opposite side of that, Kid Dracula.
I think this game was fine, but it got propped up further by the lore.
So this
Yeah.
game had just a real A+ aesthetic with some gameplay that the level of difficulty in this case brought it down.
You think so?
Yeah,
I don't remember it being. I mean, I guess towards the end it got a little difficult, but like
I remember that witch taking us a while.
Okay, that witch was. It was a weird like speed bump because the rest of the game wasn't as bad. It's hard to say, but I'd understand if that knocked it down. Because yeah, it's definitely based.
solid still.
You think you'd put it in solid still, even so?
Yeah, it's
It was fun. And it had this really charming aesthetic, and it had these silly little bosses, and your abilities were fun. And the little cutscenes that played out were very goofy and fun. Had a lot of character to them. There was a cute witch that gave you 1-ups.
What more could you need?
Honestly.
I think
Snakes.
the design of this game kind of is perfect for this group of people.
A little bit. It was very appealing to all of our sensibilities. In various capacities.
Mhm. I do enjoy like your little minions and stuff that are working with you and against you at some points.
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a solid game with a solid little lad. He also does a slab squat, which is great.
Yeah.
Fuck what the Dracula said. Oh man, Gargoyle's Quest.
Mm,
this
game ruled, actually.
I
Yeah,
like
I
this
dug
game a
this one.
lot. I think this is one of the ones where I would have just preferred to played it on my own and not streamed it.
Yeah, maybe a little.
Yeah.
Outside of that weird puzzle at the end and some of the bosses being kind of like slam your head against it until you win. I don't know. Like, I feel like nothing felt particularly unfair.
Nothing was bad.
That's the thing. It's just like every difficulty I had, I'm remembering like, well, it was just kind of about execution, and sometimes your hand slips, you know. But man, I think it was just a good game, and it kicked off a series. Like, I didn't realize this was the actual progenitor until doing research on it. First of a trilogy, Gargoyle's Quest.
Definitely a point to its credit.
Yeah.
I almost want to put this in pristine. Like, all of its difficulty felt earned and fair.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I feel like a lot of the judgments about this would be how it feels to play. So if you think it felt that good, then I would defer to your experience.
It did feel good to play.
I dug the whole kind of dark fantasy demon adventure aesthetic.
The world of monsters and how everybody's a monster, and like you have a whole town of zombies that are just kind of like, what's up? Like, yeah, it's great. What a lovely game.
I think I was trying to think of a point of detraction because I was wondering if I had any, and I don't. I just sort of do actually very much like this game.
All right. That's nice. Good for Gargoyle's Quest. I'm happy for it. Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters.
Charming, definitely.
Yeah, I very much easier than the first Kid Icarus game. Which, honestly, to me, kind of just a point in its favor. This Kid Icarus is a little annoying. That Minotaur was a weird speed bump right at the beginning, but once we got past him, it flowed a lot nicer. Also, it had like 3 snakes to put in the list, and one of them was like a top 10.
And one of them was a baby.
And one of them was a little baby. Actually, 2 were top 10, I think. And one was the letter S. It's just the letter S.
Superb.
Yeah. Also, I will give massive points to Kid Icarus for having a full enemy art for every single enemy and boss.
Thank goodness.
And that's mostly just points for me as an editor. But still, I like it. I like when I can include that stuff, and I like when that's documented. And it's generally Nintendo games that do it, but not all of them have preserved it. So at least Kid Icarus has a notable place where all that information was stored, like a book or something.
That's nice.
But yeah, otherwise, it's Kid Icarus. You climb, you shoot.
Solid game.
It's almost a Metroid. But we'll get to that.
Oh, we will.
That's where I will have a real game.
Finally.
Hammer and Harry. That's the one with the bit crunch voice, which earns it points in my opinion, because that's damn impressive for a Game Boy.
They did something insane. I do agree.
This American box art sucks.
It looks really odd.
It's wretched. Oh man, Hammer and Harry is an interesting game, but boy, is it very much that fucking Nintendo hard towards the end. They get real mean.
A lot of aesthetic charm in this one, though.
Hey, it's Godzilla. Sorry. I didn't think there were so many of the tracks in this list that I would actually recognize.
Spend this much time with them, you'd hope.
Yeah, at this point we played 50 of the damn things, so the odds are in our favor.
Yeah, the odds we ever in your favor.
Hungry Games for the Game Boy.
Hungry games.
Hungry Games for the Game Boy.
These games make me hungry.
My kind of game.
Delicious.
Mr. Do. I don't know. That back end of the game is really annoyingly hard. Which makes me almost want to bump it down to had potential, but I don't know what potential that would represent. And I don't know if it's kind of lame in that regard.
Do you think it doesn't deserve to be put in the adequate section then?
I'm wondering if it... I think overall it's a pretty solid game. There's just some decisions and a couple of yeah, it's another one of those cases where I'm thinking back on the decisions and what got us stuck, and one of them was distinctly human error. I didn't try to hit a thing, and I thought you had to only dodge it. But there were others where it was like, oh boy, you really gotta be fully committed to this and try it over and over again until you get it right. It still might just land it in the adequate spot.
I can't think of anything that would move it up. I can't think of a good point to say to it, because I like things in it, but nothing was, again, stellar.
It didn't wow me. Super hard. It was just a neat, interesting sequel to a game. What was that jam? Yeah. Perfectly adequate Hammer and Harry. I'll let you have that one, Harry.
Well, speaking of hammers.
This game rules.
I hate this horrible, wretched creature.
Bonk's Adventure.
I'm gonna go ahead and actually, it's kind of lame. I did not like this game.
No! Bonk is fine. Bonk is a fine game.
Nope.
Bonk is incredibly easy.
It is.
I will say.
You are playing a baby after all, so...
A little baby with a big old head.
I'll admit, it's a very expressive game in a fun way. I do kind of hate it sometimes, but I won't deny that it's good. It's fine.
And he eats anime meat, and he goes all fucking crazy bananas on people. And he turns into a turtle.
Bonk has some good facial expressions.
Yeah,
For sure.
I think it's probably perfectly adequate, though. I don't think I could feel anything stronger than that.
Yeah, it seemed like a fine game.
It took like an hour and a half to play through, and it's so intensely forgiving. Like, when you die, you just get up where you left off. So like, if you're just persistent enough and die infrequently enough, you just get through the game. Because you get to a point where game over is just to lead you to the last level. I mean, you could try infinitely. Yeah. He's a fine little guy that Wordsy hates.
Yeah.
Fucking hate this kid.
I hate this kid. Like Kirby.
Is it because he's bald?
No.
Because they're both bald?
No.
You are now thinking of Kirby being bald.
Where does Kirby's toes go?
Why do you hate Kirby?
I don't actually hate Kirby.
Noted Kirby hater, Wordsy.
I gave a dissenting opinion. I was... Oh.
You got against my little man.
Oh my gosh.
Why? Words, do you hate America?
Naturally, but what does that have to do with Kirby?
Good answer.
Kirby's much better than America.
Mystical Ninja starring Goemon.
I like him a lot.
Was it good? I mostly remember yelling.
I think this game has had potential.
I can't remember the specifics exactly, but I remember there was some real horse shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can name the specific horseshit. The
Well,
first
the
level
game.
boss. Yeah, the first level boss forces you to complete a minigame after beating him. Or game over. The minigame is a track and field sprint. That requires button mashing that is inhumanly required. You need inhuman amounts of button mashing. We literally had to cheat to progress in this game.
Yes.
As someone who also played these games, yes, you do. That I tried for 48 hours. No way.
It's impossible. You'll hurt yourself.
I
wonder
how?
if like the button sensitivity on a Game Boy, like if I played this on a straight Game Boy, is something about that hardware going to react differently? But that's all conjecture.
I was theorizing, like, is it because of what we're running it on? Does it use the clock to maybe?
Yeah, is it going too fast, like
right.
in the CPU?
Right. I like while you were playing it, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Then when I played it, I was like, this still doesn't make any sense, and nothing I could do would change it. So I just ended up cheating too, because.
Yeah, what can you do at that point?
The game I think is cool and has a cool aesthetic and fun characters and stuff. The way they make you the shift around the characters is odd.
I think it's fine. I like how it like kind of forces you to check them all out.
It does.
I don't mind that.
I think that's fine. It's just a weird progression of characters.
It's true. Man, like, I think I'm putting it had potential because I feel like it's just like there's this big ass asterisk that you have to put on this game for some heavy bullshit in certain areas. But like otherwise so much of the rest of the game is actually kind of charming.
Yeah. And
it's otherwise kind of just a Zelda game.
Mm-hmm.
But very linear. It's a linear Zelda. A little bit of weird collision. It's a shame that Sae is that your friend, the girl ninja?
Sae?
She gets.
Oh, I do not remember.
I think it's Sae.
I don't remember either.
Does it even start with an S? Is it UA?
YAE.
Yeah.
It's Yae. Sorry. We're almost there.
YAE.
Yae.
Yeah.
Yae, who is apparently supposed to be super cool and good and gets damseled for this title. Kind of fucking blows, because in the N64 game, I'm pretty sure she's a playable character. Just part of your crew. Lame as hell.
Early video games. Distress samples, go.
I mean, I don't know. It was this came out in correlation with. I don't think that's the right word. Anyways, coincide with the N64 title. So, like, I don't know, man. I guess they just didn't want to make a fourth character.
I mean, a lot of N64 games also did the damsel thing.
It's true. I'm just saying that
Really?
I am noting that they didn't do that for the N64 game.
Yeah, it really came out that late into the Game Boy.
This was a
website.
1998 game, I'm pretty sure. This is like the latest game we played.
It looked better than a bunch of the other ones, so.
Yeah, that's true. The art was very advanced.
Yeah, it very clearly learned on the technology of nearly a decade of Game Boy. But yeah, it's just, it's fun and charming for like 80% of it, but there's a big 20% that blows.
It's rowdy.
And yeah. So that's what I gotta say about it for its potential.
Sure.
there's ways it could have been better that it wasn't.
Yeah, Japanese release December 4th, 1997, but worldwide 98, yeah. Very end of 97. Released immediately followed the Nintendo 64 game.
Really far along the timeline.
Speaking of timelines, nice seg. Let's go back to the past future. Turok, Battle of the Bionosaurs. Speaking of games that came out in coinciding with their N64 titles. Turok for the Game Boy.
I don't. You're 6. I don't remember this game at all.
Shoot some bugs.
I got 0.
Runs. Portals.
The N64 one was like famous for its insane weapons, and this one we just kind of got like very basic ones from what I recall.
There was a ton of weapons in this game, and most of them did the same thing as each other. That was the main issue.
Shotgun or something for most of it?
We used versions of shotgun for a lot of the game, yeah. Because it's just the gun that shoots kind of the strongest at the most. We used machine guns a lot too, because those are very fast. But man, yeah, that game starts you with a knife and you feel it. It's rough out there.
Procure on site, baby.
Yeah, for real. This had the same composer as the Smurfs, so the music was kick-ass. But otherwise, like the Smurfs, kind of like, this is for a lot of it. It had like interesting movement, like, and you can do ledge grabs and stuff. Like, it's better than the Smurfs, I feel like. Which is a weird sentence to say. But like, yeah, man, like, there was one boss and it was really annoying. Big old T-Rex, and you couldn't. There was a T-Rex that had half cyber parts, but it showed it from the angle that doesn't have the cyber parts. Yeah. This game is. I don't know if it's even had potential. This might just still be a kind of lame game.
I would agree. Does it? It doesn't have any like interesting things.
Which is weird, given what it is. You think it'd be very exciting.
There's not even that many dinosaurs.
Listen, Turok is a game series where to unlock one of its most powerful weapons, at the end of one of the levels, before going to the level, you have to jump into lava because it's fake lava, and there's no way you know this.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you part of the weapon.
Yeah. It's a
It's
little
insane.
weird like that. Oh, Turok.
Mm-hmm.
Your name's fun to say.
Yeah.
A bygone age where man and animal live together.
Yeah. Turok conceptually is just a cool series also. I just want to give shout outs to Turok. It was a comic before the game, right? I think that's what we found.
It was a comic. I can't remember if that's with an independent comic property that they adapted into a game, or it's like released to promote the game type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Hey kids, you want to play the newest hottest game? Check out this comic book.
Do it.
Okay, it's based on the comic book character, so the comic must have come first.
Yeah, this feels like a product of the time.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
it's older
Rambo?
than I thought. He first appeared 1954.
What the fuck?
Jesus.
Never mind.
What's up, Turok?
Somebody revived something they read as a kid.
Yeah, it looks like that kind of original run petered out like 82, and then I guess kind of relaunched in 97 with the games.
Wild.
Huh.
Speaking of wild,
Speaking of wild.
Donkey Kong Land.
Land?
1992 was the relaunch.
Okay.
where they introduced the dinosaur hunting aspect.
I think this is the Donkey Kong game I liked more of the two.
Yeah, that's a big disagree for me, but that's also just very much taste.
Mm.
As we all know people who love Donkey Kong Country,
Yeah.
and
It's
yeah,
see, it's just making me think of the the console one, where I don't feel like the Game Boy one quite lives up to it. It's hampered by standing in the shadow of a certified classic.
I have no Donkey Kong opinions. I guess the visuals were kind of weird. But again, it's just because port, so...
yeah, it did its job significantly better than Toy Story, which I find
Well,
interesting.
it's a low
they
bar,
did the
but
same.
yes.
They did the same thing Toy Story tried, but did it better somehow.
They didn't trip over the bar.
Yeah, which is
They
which
just
is
stepped on
interesting
top
to
of
me.
That's a foul. Fine, whatever. Keep going.
Yeah, it's cool. Donkey Kong can jump off of ledges if he rolls. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's Donkey Kong, and if you're into Donkey Kong Country, then I think it's a great title for the most part. Its meta narrative was fascinating. It's literally just like, what if we did it again on the Game Boy?
Yeah.
Cranky made a bet with them.
I think that's why I liked it, is because at the beginning they're like, what if you were on the Game Boy? They're like, dope, let's do it.
If we were doing awards again like we did in the Game of the Year, I would nominate it for most flimsy excuse to be on the Game Boy. I am literally saying in fiction, what if we did this on the Game Boy? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's those cloud levels and
I think this is the one I like more out of the two, but again, not super strong feelings about it, so.
King K. Rool was in a weird Lego zone with a window.
Welcome to the Lego Zone.
And he didn't have a fake out ending. I don't know. I feel like at best I'd keep this imperfectly adequate.
I don't think Donkey Kong Country is a bad game, so the port is just a less good version of it, but it's not like terrible or anything.
Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting how they did, and they released a bunch of them. They made several Game Boy versions of Donkey Kong Country titles. They kept on going with it, and they had yellow carts, and that was fun. So yeah, it's a fine product.
That's a pretty good game.
All right, Fortified Zone.
It had a
Fortify
girl.
your zone. Girl
It-
jump.
It had Girl Jump.
It had Girl Jump.
And if playing Legos with Sarah has taught me anything, is that girls' special ability is to jump.
You're
So
right.
That holds true. Oh god, what's it say about me?
What can you say about Fortified Zone? It's Fortified Zone.
It's a war game with a dude and a girl.
It's boy, it. I couldn't remember the like. It really felt like it was aping the MSX Metal Gears, but I can't recall.
Yeah. I don't think there was any evidence that it was, but yeah, I remember us going immediately like, oh yeah, this is kind of like what that plays like, except without the parts of the stealth.
I think it's more what was that game? Last Alert, I think is what it was called.
Yeah, probably.
It's this top-down shooter thing where everybody dies in one hit. I think Last Alert's a better game because you upgrade your character and you get different ranks, and your final rank is like Metal General or something stupid
Fuck
like
yeah.
that. it's a very silly game. I might want to play it at some point, but it's just like I think this is the epitome of a game that doesn't stand out.
Yeah, for real.
We know Girl Jump, and we know Guy, and I think Guy had more HP or something like that.
Guy could use different weapons.
Right, because he was strong.
There was multiple guns that only Guy could use, but only Girl could jump.
So, like, does anybody remember anything about the plot? Anything about
there is no plot to
level?
this game. Is the thing. Like that's it's insane how nothing this game is. You are two mercenaries. You have names.
Yeah.
I will say, to this game's credit, I just remembered it had that cool jukebox mode with the little visualizers.
Oh.
And I do like that. I don't think that's gonna bump it up anywhere, but
No.
I think that was great. I think that was a delightful little thing.
There
to
were
add to your
showcase
game.
games with cool visualizers. Nah, son.
Yeah, I mean, like, it had a cool visual. There was like a little pig that would like dance around if you made a playlist and used your
Right.
Game Boy as a Walkman.
We marked out to the pig.
That pig was great.
Yeah, we were all like, look at him go. And
He does a little bow at you. Yeah. Oh, that was delightful. So I'll say that part of it stands out. You know, if Fortified Zone needs something to stand out, it's its kind of auxiliary features.
but not the game itself.
The game itself's fine. There's no
Okay.
story. You fight some Metal Gears, you fight some aliens. There's some bullshit segments in the last level. What else is new?
And with Fortified Zone, well, I should have given this call out when we started Fortified Zone, but we are in Final 10.
Mm.
You're right. Fortified Zone takes us to the final 10. Alright, yeah, it starts us with the final 10.
Fortify your zone.
Yeah.
Trap your cats.
Yeah. Let's wrap some cats.
Mm.
Let's trap our cuz. Cat rap. I like cat rap.
Damn.
Cat Rap
Yeah.
it didn't overstay its welcome, for sure. And I think
For a game with 100 levels, it somehow didn't overstay its welcome.
Cute little puzzle game. I enjoy it.
yeah, I liked how it would switch it up every like stretch by giving you a segment of puzzles that used both cats.
Yeah, that was so much fun.
The addition of a rewind feature in a puzzle game was
Yes.
really
Yes.
cool. And it means you don't have to reset the whole puzzle. You can go over back apart and like kind of figure out where to go from.
It is the oh shit button that I want thousands of video games to have.
Absolutely.
Nobody
And-
gives me this except cat rap.
So, and with the level creator, you could like if you had devoured all the cat rap puzzles, you could get it down there with like a notepad on the message boards and get these custom levels.
Yeah.
Like I think even the manual like had a handful of
Yeah.
of custom levels that you could type in.
I think that's also great because that extends, I think, the culture that cat rap came from. Cat rap was one of the most fascinating things to research from an editing standpoint, and this has little to do with how we're ranking these, but I do want to give it shouts out.
Mhm.
Because it was so interesting that this is just this old ass PC 98 game or whatever. Even earlier than that, it was just like the not even DOS era of PC gaming. And the guy who made it posted the source code of it in a magazine for anyone to just copy bit by bit into their computer. You wrote it down, and then someone would take a floppy disk and put it on that disk by coding it.
That rules.
Yeah, and it was passed along like that. And somewhere down the line, it got famous enough where it got enough of a following that, like, Kodansha, Kodansha of all people, I didn't know they made games, swiped it up with, I think, along with Nintendo, to make Cat Rap.
I kind of want to put it up at pristine.
Of the two puzzle games,
3.
well, there's been 3, but of the ones that I care about, this is probably the best puzzle game of the list.
I would agree.
It's also it's better than Lolo in like every way. Lolo had a unique thing where I felt really smart when I solved a puzzle. This game, I had that many more times. Lolo was just so long that it eventually happened a bunch of times.
Are you thinking solid for Cat Rap?
At least.
I like I said, I would
put it
go
above.
pristine.
I would put it pristine. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
pristine is fair. It's
You know,
very good, and
all
like
right.
you said, it has features that I wish modern games had more. Frankly,
You are
which-
so right. Yeah. Cat Rap, the pristine puzzle game for the Game Boy. Proving it can be done.
It can indeed.
And never was again.
Nah.
Because next up on games that took us a very long time to complete because they're huge. Final Fantasy Adventure.
that's a pretty solid game.
Yeah, I definitely would put this solid at baseline. It's an RPG.
This is another one that I would probably put really high.
The
Personally.
the only thing keeping me from bumping it up to pristine is all the menuing to switch weapons and spells.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's fair. A little clunky in the UI, but
a little bit. Yeah, another game that would have just been great to have hit select to cycle through your weapons really fast.
sadly, a problem that pervades certain game genres for at least another decade.
Yeah, I can't put it at, I don't think I can put it at pristine, if only because there's the menuing is annoying. The there's some pretty harsh penalties if you're not save scumming.
Mhm.
And there's a couple of there's multiple esoteric moments in a very big environment, which is less of a problem if you're playing casually with nobody watching. So that's a streamer complaint, I'll admit it.
Mhm.
But-
That's, yeah.
Some of it's just like, how was I ever supposed to find this kind of things?
It's I think again this is a game that I really like because it seems like a thing for me where I can spend a lot of time doing
Yeah.
the same thing for a while.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's great. Like, I think this is truly a great game and another series starter, which is always
Mhm.
important to me. Like, historically, I love when things are started on the Game Boy and blow up. It's a fascinating history. Also, just the history, like the legal history of like the copyrights in Japan and how this game existed for like 7 years prior under a different name. Or no, sorry, the opposite. A different game with the same name existed and then got canceled.
I'm also a big fan of RPGs, so that automatically kind of ratchets it up for me above most of the other games on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RPG fun. I enjoy RPG.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just enough frustrations,
Mm.
and that's basically all it comes down to is frustrations.
Mhm.
I wish my guys would aim at monsters more too.
They're just-
Yeah,
they're-
the
Listen,
Fucking
they're-
red badge. He's just
Yeah, I was
wandering
gonna
around
look up.
shooting fireballs at walls.
Well, he's also not a good guy. we find
Yeah,
out.
he was
So
trying to get us killed. Spoilers for Final Fantasy Adventure. The re-release is also a lot of fun. I like what they did with that game.
Mhm.
I do want to play more Mana games because of it, now that I've started from the beginning.
I'm probably going to pick up the ones that I played. Seems kind of fun.
Alright, one more puzzle game for the road. Mole Mania.
Oh boy.
Old Mania.
Mole Mania. This is the most charming of the three.
I enjoy this puzzle game as well.
I have lots of characters.
I don't think, honestly, Mole Mania is not bad. Like, I think it took us a while and we were getting a little fatigued, but I don't think that's particularly the game's fault this time.
I think part of it is just a consequence of this is another puzzle game. There's not that much to talk about sometimes.
And
Yeah.
it took us to some amazing places like Tarzan lore, but like,
Golly.
God.
yeah, there's a lot to do. Those Jinbei games fucking suck though. Those are
They're not
those
good.
are awful.
Those are rough.
Those are what I would call frustration.
Those are frustration for sure. I don't know if I want to put this in solid or just keep it inadequate.
I'd probably keep it inadequate personally.
Like I love everything about the character work and the writing of this game,
It's so charming, but
It's
yeah,
so
it's not without
fun.
its faults.
and it does the action puzzle better than Lolo. Like
Agreed.
absolutely, I'd say.
That's because they're shorter for those. The
Well,
puzzle.
it's not just I think it's not just shorter because Lolo is one screen too. Like
Well,
every
the solutions to reach the end of those action puzzles in Lolo took an extra 40 seconds generally, and that feels bad to do.
Well, they did that because of how their puzzle mechanics worked in the first place. Also,
Yeah, because you're waiting and stuff for some
Yeah.
of them.
like Mole Mania was never about like, oh, I gotta wait till this gets in place. Not for much longer than like, oh, this enemy has like a path they walk down, and I just gotta wait so I can throw a thing into them. But like, yeah, there were so few times that Mole Mania felt like, oh, this is bullshit, and how would I ever know to do this? Like there was like one particular puzzle I feel like that really just got us at a roadblock, and I think we actually looked up, or at the very least, you looked at it long enough to go do this, and this.
That's usually how all the puzzles game went. It was, do I have enough time to just stare at it and figure out this is the probable solution,
Yeah.
or does it take even longer than that and we have to look it up?
And personally, I I put in Mole Mania's favor that there was a large amount of puzzles that I just was like, yeah, I can do this. And which is a good thing for me as a person who is doing this under pressure. I feel like
Dun 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 dun.
dun dun
Dun, dun,
vanilla
dun, 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 dun.
spice, baby.
Oh, I thought you were doing Get Down. Get On, or whatever. Get
Man,
Under pressure.
I would love to do Get Done though. I almost sang that once. Those were the days. Smoke cigarette.
Ugh.
Almost sang a Nico Nico medley with a bunch of other white kids. Alright. Anyways, I said a lot of words that basically made me keep it at perfectly adequate.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is the scale. It's Lolo, Mole Mania, and Cat Rap. Bottom to top.
I'm not saying move it. It is interesting the games whose characters we latched onto that we would rate higher, like who for Who the Frog Tolls, or in my opinion, Gargoyle's Quest a little bit. Like the characters in some of these games have elevated the games like above where I think they would fit from just a gameplay standpoint.
Yeah.
And I think in many cases the Molmania characters would probably elevate it for me, but something about some of those puzzles I didn't like. For the most part, I loved them, but there's one or two that I was just like,
Yeah, since you and Shakes are the only ones who can comment on the gameplay for the vast majority of these. B and I are left with only the characters to judge, really. The characters and the story.
That's fair.
It's
Barring,
true, and
in a positive way. We
yeah.
can certainly feel the frustration at when they turn into a slog.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Some of these did turn into slugs. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, that boss rush was a little annoying. Anyways, any final words, B?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
fine with this.
Alrighty. It's time
Speaking
for
of
a
good
big
things.
old guy. Yeah, speaking of good stuff, Wario Land.
Solid minimum.
Yeah, solid minimum, I'd say. Do we got any haters? We got any Wario Land haters on the call?
Not from me. I thought this game was pretty cool.
It's the only call for me is pristine or masterpiece. After, I'm kind of tempted to go all the way masterpiece.
This is better DuckTales to me.
It's very. It looks like a very good game, I guess I should say.
One of the few I actually played, though so long ago I can't really use that metric to judge it.
Once again, there is a complaint I had in this game that I realized on editing was complete user error, and I feel very silly. Did you know that you can just use the coins as weapons?
Yeah.
I
No.
didn't the whole time.
I learned
It's
that
your
after-
defense when you're small. You can
Mhm.
just
But it's
grab
not
10
in
coins
here.
and throw it. I know, right? Well, you can pick it back up.
Okay,
You
never
just
mind.
you
It's
just
okay
huck
then.
it at them. Yeah, I really wish I realized that. I feel like 25 minimum deaths would have been averted.
It's fine. You can say it was a self-imposed challenge to play completely in character.
I wrote down that I was just dumb. But yeah, man, otherwise, this game is so good, and it's built on learning from other games, but also turning it into its own thing. And I think the only detraction is I still would say it's sort of just dipping its toes into itself.
It's not reached the full potential yet.
And it got many sequels thereafter because, yeah, this was a great start and people wanted more. But for our monochrome titles, it still might as well, it might as well be considered a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I don't have much reason not to say it because this was just a blast.
Of the games on this list, this is probably one of the ones I would also consider masterpiece. Yeah.
Outside of a little bit of grinding, that was kind of annoying, but there was a very easy cheat to do it.
Yeah, and if you get all the treasures, that does most of the work for the game.
It really does. It does
Yeah.
most of the work.
So you don't have to actually grind that much. If you generally don't die, you'll probably be fine. But also that's a big ask, I think, for anybody just playing through the game.
I mean, shit, even if you do die a bit, especially if you're playing naturally without necessarily having a guide and just trying to comb over levels over and over, you're probably on your hunt for all the treasures. You are probably going to collect
get more.
9,000 coins,
Yeah.
which is all you need, because then the rest is 90,000.
Yeah, then you're good from there.
Well, I guess you need 9,999, but still, 10,000 coins, easy enough.
You can super do that.
Yeah, Wario Land's great. Wario Land is a fantastic game for the Game Boy, the game you should have on the Game Boy. Or else you're stupid. No.
Yeah, you don't have sexy Wario in your fucking Game Boy? Chill.
Yeah, honestly. Sex icon Wario. GQ's sexiest men of the year.
Witness the thickness.
Absolutely. Well, anyways, time to talk about bad games. As if we don't have enough of them on this list.
No, let's talk about Warriors.
We gotta.
I was kidding, actually, it was fine.
We gotta. I'm sorry. We gotta talk about Bubsy too.
Nobody can come for me.
I'd probably go with kind of lame. It went by quick enough that it can't really break into the misery zone.
Pio, I have a question. Is length of time playing a big point, like detractor or getter for you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Usually,
for me the absolute hardest parts of this series have been the ends of Lolo and Sneaky Snakes and Gremlins 2, where it was just I was exhausted.
It's a weird thing because Bubsy 2 was so short, and part of that was because we treated. But it sure got its misery work in early.
It was dense.
It inflicted psychic damage immediately was the thing. It was instantaneous how much pain people were in.
I might argue at least for so bad it's funny. I had a good
Maybe
time
me a little.
with
It was kind of funny how much pain it caused.
I did not have a good time playing Bubsy. But I think a bunch of my opinion on this game is colored by the story of the one dev lady who they like asked her about the game and she stabbed Bubsy.
Yeah.
That's so bad. That's so not good for the character. It just seems so repugnant. I guess if I don't like a thing, no matter how long I swim with it, I really don't like it.
Bubsy is repugnant.
Ugh.
It was also just one of the worst presentations of a video game that we have seen on this list. I think this was the most graphically horrendous thing, and we're looking at Toy Story here.
It's
boy,
true. It was awful garbage.
I
Bubsy
guess
was wretched.
the difference, at least in this case for Toy Story, was not only was this not made from the ground up to look like that, but also Toy Story was a lot more readable most of the time.
Oh, it was.
Like, thinking of other games that have wretched graphics, like Bill and Ted is a terrible looking game, but you can tell what's going on all the time, which is not remotely the case for Bubsy.
Yeah, Bubsy, and speaking as the person who played the game, miserable to play. I didn't think. I honestly, I was egging words on, but I didn't think twice about cheating. I didn't think twice about it. I was just like, we need to just keep going. I can't keep playing Bubsy. We have to keep moving forward, or I will die. Like, it is so bad. The controls are so slippery, and like, I think I only learned after the fact that I think you're supposed to mash A to jump higher.
Ew.
In what universe?
I can't think of a positive thing to say about this game. It is only bad points. Yeah, I immediately vote misery. But if anybody can think of something cool to say about it, power to you.
It is only this far up at best, but I am also voting misery.
Yeah, I guess I can't. I guess I will be the barely dissenting opinion.
Beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up.
Yeah.
I wish I had some Reese's Puffs right about now.
Peanut butter
Could you-
chocolate.
Anyway, speaking of dissenting opinions,
Oh, here we go.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Should we start or finish with Wordsy? Since I know you'll have the most dissenting opinion, quite obviously.
Probably.
Wordsy, what did you think this game did right at all?
What it did right, not a lot.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm speaking like without my stream joke time on. This is a terrible game that nobody should play. This is not. It's not good to look at. It's not. Like the level design is really poor. Your character is very weak in a world that does a ton of damage, so it's frustrating to play. I don't think 99% of people would have fun playing this game. I like go whoosh with jump. It really comes down to that. Like, I had a lot of fun with Lolo because it was a soul-sucking dredging experience, and I was like, yeah, get me in there. And with this game, I had a lot of fun just jumping and having a little bit of momentum as I jumped. And that's all it really came down to. I also like Star Wars, and I like seeing the translation of a Jawa or a Rhodian or an Ithorian. I think those things look neat. It's the Tusken Raider enemy is probably the worst designed enemy I've ever seen in a thing. But I still felt I had a lot of fun with the mechanics of the game, and the frustrating parts of it weren't frustrating enough for me to have a bad opinion of it. But I also don't get easily frustrated with video games. I'll play that up, but I will take thousands of years of crap from a game because a little bit of a part that I like. And that's a me thing. I much like another game that I won't say out of respect for Shakes. There's I don't think a lot of games are for people to play, and I like playing them because something about playing something that's miserable fills me with a joy. Yeah,
Sure. I mean, yeah, it really does directly correlate to the game that is not going to be mentioned.
I don't know if it directly correlates, but
I think it's neighbors.
it generates a similar feeling, I feel. But I played it up during this.
I just mean the thought process in your brain, I feel, is very similar.
Oh, I like them for different reasons, but yeah, I don't really like this above a bunch of the other games. Like, I wouldn't rate this at all at pristine or solid. I would rate this at adequate and call it a day, or not even has potential because it doesn't. It's that this is not going to get better.
I think I am, after deliberating on it, I think I am firmly in the camp that this is a so bad it's funny game. Because I will fully admit, it was kind of hilarious. Like, all the decisions made were pretty funny.
I will also the secret that you can just hide on the bottom right of the screen during the ship segment is insane. What cool tech.
Yeah. The fucking cave exploration segment that is, like, actually kind of secretly vital for a point in the game that comes at the end.
Yep, and you have to map out where the caves are because you're in a giant map, and like, where the fuck do I go?
That's some dumbassery that is just kind of like, all right, sure, you got me.
I'm curious, folks who didn't like this game, what didn't you like about it?
Well,
Everything.
so I keep thinking about the harrowing possibility of playing this without a guide. Just wandering around that desert for ages and getting, well, I suppose after all the wandering you would at least know where the shields and things are.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I guess if you bang your head against it enough, it's a game that has multiple sections that are made to bang your head against, which are weird. Like the desert and then the Death Star prison stuff, like, is very much. Here's a spy. Here's a space. Fucking explore and then die and then figure it out. It's not great. It's fucking hilarious how you can one-shot the only boss in the game. Insane. Also insane is the lightsaber giving you an extended hurt box through the lightsaber.
Gotta learn how to not die by attacking.
Hurt my lightsaber.
For real.
So stupid.
Yeah, like all these things, it's just like it's actually hilarious. I'm glad we made the so bad it's funny section, because this is the king of this section.
Mhm.
It's got a pretty kick-ass soundtrack though. I'll give them that. They did a great job at translating the Star Wars theme and various parts of the soundtracks into both just into a Game Boy sound font and then making them also turn into video game music, like with the motifs of the track in them.
Mhm.
I thought that was legitimately great. It was more or less faithful to the plot, at least elements of it, which was like, yeah, sure, good job.
With a weird ability to skip important parts.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you don't have to have Princess Leia. She can die on the Death Star if you want. That's on you. What would be different in Star Wars if Princess Leia died?
We'd lose most of the brain cells on the team, for one.
Boom,
That's
got
part of
him.
it.
Also, Han Solo probably would have never been rescued.
That too.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'll give it to her. But like,
Oh god, that would make Chewbacca the smart person in the group.
oh man,
Oh my
maybe
God.
Chewbacca would have rescued him.
Maybe.
No, I don't think they would have let a Wookiee infiltrate. Wookiees aren't really infiltrators. They
He
kind of
just
stick out.
storms in.
Yeah,
Gotta
he
save his
goes
bro.
guns blazing, just takes out everyone.
He's tough.
Okay. His buddy. Also, Chewbacca wasn't in the game until the very end.
Yep.
They gave him a shitty little portrait to replace Obi-Wan.
Beautiful.
Pretty rough. This disrespect. No metal
Utter
all over again.
Yeah, the utter disrespect for Chewbacca. I'm so sorry, my man. Yeah, one moment.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Yeah, alright. Cosmo Tank. What can I say about Cosmo Tank? Cosmo Tank was the game that I thought was gonna be bad, and then turned out to just be kind of alright.
We were the
It's-
bad guys, and I couldn't get over that.
It's
It's-
pretty amazing.
It's Hunt for Red October with a little bit more character, so I like it slightly more.
I kind of like. I thought it was interesting, but not like, yeah, gameplay wise certainly didn't enrapture me.
Yeah, once you get your head around how this game is supposed to play, and like how your progression goes and where you can actually grind some stuff, it opens itself up in a much more doable way. The story is fascinating, like B said. It is so much a work of fiction that just is outright we're the bad guys, but it's stuck in that early 90s mindset of never taking the step to say that directly to your audience.
Yeah.
It's just sort of, here you go, here's what these people are doing. If you
Isn't
want to
this
accept
bad?
that, if you want to accept
Don't
that as
worry about it.
good, that's your position.
Hey,
That's your
feels like
prerogative,
it's bad.
Well,
It's bad.
that's your opinion.
Oh no,
And they-
guys, look.
A part of me wants to give them credit because Atlas is kind of known for narratives that, with kind of complicated things to them. They were making Shin Megami Tensei back then. Like, there was stuff happening, but Cosmotank is like Starship Troopers without the movie, that is, without the self-aware. So it's like Starship Troopers the book.
Yeah,
It's like, this should be wrong, but it's not presented as such.
Should probably be presented as such.
Maybe a little.
Let's try and figure out how to present that as such if we could.
But until then, where does this game sit? Potential?
I kind of found it adequate.
Alright.
Nothing about it was bad. Yeah, it was just kind of like sure.
Yeah, it didn't seem bad. Just as we had said, or maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, I think it would have been cool if they took that extra step narratively.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I agree.
Granted,
Yeah.
I guess the narrative wasn't so much a narrative, so much as a premise.
Yeah, they got the premise in this.
Goddamn,
On God.
dead ass for sure.
That would have been pretty cool. That would have made it a solid title for me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like that gap in narrative, it's worth noting. We have plenty of games on here that narrative stuff is one of its biggest strengths, and have put them in the solid title to and above rankings. But yeah, Cosmotank has room to grow, which I think technically makes it a had potential, but I think it's just also good. It's it works as a video game on its own, so perfectly adequate.
Yeah.
It did all right.
Oh, right. Oh,
Here's one that's I've been thinking about this as we've gone along. Battletoads.
Right.
Where do you put Battletoads?
Well,
Is Battletoads technically bad?
it was better than I expected, but boy howdy, like, there are some difficulty spots.
It's
felt-
rough.
Yeah, like, and just the whole do it again from the beginning when you fail is
That's the only part I
Bad
didn't really
time.
like.
Oops.
Because you had to start all over from the very beginning. That's the only part I didn't really like vibe with, but the rest of it I was like, no, this seems fine.
yeah, that's a fair category name for this.
yeah.
What the fuck?
What the fuck, Battletoads?
Yeah,
Why are
it's-
you like this?
I really respect the variety they had in like the stages. They changed it up, even if what they changed it to sometimes was not great.
I
But I'm thinking of the brain worm.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
ugh. That was
that was one that I had to practice only without progressing so I could do it faster if I died.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to keep it here, but I kind of there's a part of me that does want to. I have a weird love-hate relationship with this game, and part of it is knowing how NES Battletoads is, and thinking about what I had to go through and how it's actually preferable to what NES Battletoads would have put me through. And that's weird. That's weird to think about. I think its turbo tunnel was a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Like this first couple levels are fine, and the river level is so fucking slippery though.
I
God,
think
what a bastard.
once you get to the whirlpools in the river level, I was
Once you're on the
much
jet ski, it's easy.
yeah, because I was like this is nothing too bad, but the whole jetpack level is just
Yeah.
please execute without failure, and the plane level is such a breather compared to everything else, in my opinion. It's
The plane level is the easiest by far.
yeah.
Well, I mean the first level's pretty easy. It's just hard to keep that life if you're wielding the axe.
Yeah. Just gotta wield the axe.
You kind of gotta wield the axe to make the rest of it easy. Strange trade-off. The what the fuck thing does really encapsulate my feelings at, like, the flip-flopping of what I like and what I don't like about this game. It's just like, oh, this is fun, and then it flips over like a burger, and you're just like, what the fuck? And then it flips back over. Like, oh, this is nice.
I think overall, I would put this inadequate. Just, it was hard, but fair. I know I can execute the game.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a slog, but I don't know how other people feel about it.
It was an incredibly short game that took us like 3 streams to do.
Yeah, because there's
It's
2
just
trouble
pure-
areas.
It's just pure difficulty.
Yeah.
I think I'm happy with its current placement, personally, but
Fuck, man.
yeah, Battletoads is special. I don't know if I can necessarily say it was terribly designed, but I can't say it was well designed necessarily either. It's just a game that you get stuck in due to difficulty. Sometimes fair, sometimes extremely not fair.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the lack of consistency on difficulty is what really has me unsure of what other category I would want to put this into.
Also very fair.
It's a game. It's a lot of different parts in it, and some of them are good and some of them are bad.
What a maneuver, Maggle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's having its own category is just like, because if I don't, I honest to God feel I'm liable to give it solid out of respect.
For your adversary.
It was a battle well fought, right? Like,
Well, it was a battle, that's for sure.
I'm not gonna say none of it was unfair, but I don't know, it felt... It just always felt like you need to do better. Every loss was, well, I need to do better. And that's...
I don't need outside sources saying that. Get out of here.
But like, yeah, I don't know. But also, yeah, that lady just did make me. That lady did be very mean to me for losing.
In the silliest ways.
It's true. It was very funny. Yeah, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, Battletoads?
Yeah.
Sure is a game.
That's a video game.
So, Shakes, why do you think this one is a masterpiece?
Oh, better than a masterpiece? Yeah, alright.
Let's go, lesbians! No, okay. Well, okay. I'm
Explain
gonna put it
yourself.
right here for now. We're gonna put it here for now. Because I don't think anybody feels as strongly about this game as I do.
All right. So, positives, vibes, aesthetics, cool beams, Samus. It's got cool utilities. Downsides, some of those Metroid fights blow. Like, you just kind of... They felt very much, like damage racing, and you kind of... I mean, there is a certain amount that you can do, and you had to perfect your technique a bit to get through that last stretch. But a lot of it just feels like you kind of just get stuck in there and missile or die.
Yeah, that's another case where it was just like I almost want to be a lame-o and say I blame the controller for certain aspects of my execution on those fights. Because it was like, I remember these going a lot smoother when I played them on a Game Boy. But,
It happens.
you
Yeah,
know,
that's fair.
poor craftsmen, etc., etc. Like, there's probably a degree of fairness in saying it, but it's not something. It's not a very objective thing you can say for sure without like doing it in the same day. So, but like, it wasn't that much of a roadblock though. So, like, I
Still
don't
did it
I don't
quickly.
dwell on it all that much. I guess. Sorry, that was an interjection, but Pio, did you have any more to say on it?
Oh, I think that's about it.
I figured I'd let everyone else go for them before I just go off about Metroid 2.
I mean,
this game sucks? Words.
I don't think it sucks. It just,
Why do you hate me?
I like Hollow Knight more.
A game made like 30 years later after the genre is well established.
and based
Okay.
off of this genre, this game, because of this game,
Yeah.
without this game, that game wouldn't exist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Absolutely.
Which, like, I'm very much in the boat of, like, understanding the feeling of liking later iterations of a genre just because sometimes playing older games feels clunky. That's fair. That's fine. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not judging this game based off of how much I like Hollow Knight. It's not a bad game. As much as I think Samus is cool, I think maybe because the first time I ever saw Samus was in Smash Brothers. Like in my entire life, I'd never seen the character before.
Damn.
I was like, oh, neat. That's a cool looking character. I'll learn about them later, and then I did, and like all the lore was cool, the Chozo, and like the character of Samus is really interesting to me. And in this game, there's characterization and stuff that happens through like environmental storytelling, which should be my absolute shit. Like everything about this game, I should love. And I don't know why. I just find it kind of middling. It has all the parts of a game that I should dig and dig hard. I just, when I think about it, I go, that's a pretty good game. All right, good job.
It's a gut feeling. Sometimes I feel like I've had that reaction to things that I know would generally be very up my alley, but usually when I react that way, it's either one of two things. It's just inexplicable, or it's just the fact that it is like an incredibly prolific thing that I have only heard people talk in excess about being the best thing ever made ever.
Overhyped.
So it's kind of hard for anything to live up to that, no matter how much you like it. If it doesn't
Right.
rock your world, then it's like, oh, this is just okay then.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad game at all. And again, a lot of the parts of it I should really like. Storytelling using just a background and elements within the background and maybe like a noise or something like that is the pinnacle to me. I am endlessly entertained if you do that in any piece of media, and I this game was dripping with it, and it's a horror game. Like I was like, fuck, this is so cool. But then after we got off the stream and I thought about it, I was like, it was cool. I again, I definitely don't dislike this game, but it's not special to me. I mean,
Yeah.
It's one thing that does make it special for me with no nostalgia for it is it's like the only game we've got. Okay, this one and Gargoyle's Quest are like the only two that go for any kind of like horror vibe, you know, any kind of dismal, you know, oppressive kind of feeling.
mhm.
With the maybe Link's Awakening slightly edging in there.
A little bit, yeah.
That's very, very ambitious and kind of like boundary pushing in a way. There was not. I mean, this is not. Yeah, for. You know, horror video games had existed before, but on the Game Boy, it feels like they didn't do too much of that. Especially, or at least in our chunk.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lofty thing to attempt. It's a very tiny games. You have very tiny games with very tiny systems, which, you know, in a world that had in a time where games already had their limits that made it hard to emulate certain feelings. The Game Boy was a little hampered even in that regard. But, like, you know, people with the resources and know-how were able to. And Gargoyle's Quest and Zelda and Metroid 2 are all really great examples of people who are just, like, giving a shit and doing their best for the sake of this console. Because, you know, the console doesn't exist without good games. That's the paraphrased philosophy of somebody at Nintendo as a whole, but I don't know if Shiggy said that or whatever.
Unless you're the Phantom.
Unless you're the Phantom.
Did you just call him Shiggy?
Shiggy.
Shiggy.
Good old Grandpa Shiggy, the cranky old bastard.
Big
And
Shigs.
Shiggy with it. Anyways. I forget who said it, or if anybody even said it, or if it was just one of those things that the company has just sort of purported through many mouthpieces. But yeah, the games make the console, and Metroid 2 is definitely a game trying to make the console. You know, it was a game series that started by the production company of the Game Boy's creator. You know, it was chosen as a sequel to be on the Game Boy, and and to be working around that. And I'm very fond of that. I'm very weirdly sentimental about that journey taken, and that ambition.
Mhm.
And yeah, I don't know, and my relation with it, and just this series happened kind of entirely because of Metroid 2. This was all just a big lead up into me playing Metroid 2 for the internet.
I know Metroid, and I think especially this game are like super important to you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love the series, but like I've always I've definitely always felt like the Metroid 2 defender when it comes down to it, because a lot of people are like, man, the limitations of this game sure don't make it age very well. To which I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're kind of right. but I still think it's very worth considering. Not just from like what they did with the tech, but like even from a story standpoint, like you said, like, you know, it does a lot with, you know, it's got these story elements through the game experience, right? The game is doing things and telling you the story without dialogue.
The more the more you are, nothing makes me like a game more than genuine enthusiasm about a game, because there's got to be something about a game that connects with somebody, which is why I want to talk to people about games they like. But this one in particular, it like is a special game to you, and I think something about this game grabbed you, and that makes me like the game more than I was 10 minutes ago.
But yeah, it's weird. It's like, I don't know, like the story itself too, and like I saw a really interesting thing about kind of like recent iterations of the Metroid series kind of ruining the original lore of the Metroid series, and we're talking games I love, but like it kind of made me genuinely sit down and think about it, and it didn't really change my opinion. But it did really make me appreciate, like, the context of the Metroid series as it came out, like, game to game. You know, it like, the big, you know, the big reveal of Samus being a woman, kind of like that being this landmark that kind of shot the notoriety of the game up, and how it kind of explored these themes that really don't want to be explored anymore by its own company. Like the notion of extinguishing all life on a planet. This game is about personally terminating every single Metroid that exists. and it ends in mercy. Which is wild. Like, any game would even stop to consider about that at the last second. In the 90s on a Game Boy.
I was gonna say, because these games do, but
games do now.
Yeah,
like
not much.
Yeah, back when you're making the sequel to the game where you shot a big old brain and then the base exploded. You know, like having it end with you with new life hatching in front of your eyes and you not having the will to pull the trigger on it. And just letting it guide you out and taking it home was insane. It represented this wild turning point, and like, you know, where they went from there, whatever. But like, and all the interpretations of character and the complications of the story you want to put on it is very subjective. But I think that alone is like, it just makes it so notable. But like, this is all very sentiment from me. And I'm just going on a tangent so I can go off about how much I like Metroid 2 because we're out of games. I don't think I'm gonna push to make it a masterpiece. Because, you know, it's got its flaws. I used a map for most of my playthrough. It's very, it's very easy to get lost in that game. And I wanted to make sure I never did. And, you know, yeah, bosses are tough. It's very much a duck and dodge and get out of the way and try not to die to a bunch of bullet spongy bugs. But like, got the Chozo lore. It's got fun beams. There's power-ups that were introduced that came in later games, and some never came back, and some kind of were carried into later spin-offs. It introduced, I think the introduction of Samus's shoulders through the medium of we are in a black and white console and we need to demonstrate a change is it's still amazing to me. I don't know why I'm very fixated on that concept, because it changed it forever. The fact that this console had no color changed a design scheme forever. And I think that's rad. I don't know. There's just so much about this game that's just historic. And I think, you know, even if it's clunky by today's standards, you know, there's a reason 2 different groups made a remake of this game.
Yeah.
Like, and acted real fast to do it.
So,
In conclusion, good game, pristine example. It is what a pristine example is. The bar I measure pristine examples.
So, a bunch of the games that were put into the absolute masterpiece, I feel, are games that were either or could be excellent, like, not just standalone games, but templates for things that happen in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Metroid 2 counts there. No matter my personal feelings of it, I think the way I think about video games, Metroid 2 is one of those and I wouldn't say that about a whole bunch of games on this list. The ones that are up there currently, I think I would say that about each and every one of them, and I would probably also say that about Metroid 2.
Return to Samus. Well, I'm not like fighting for it just because I know I have such a subjective viewpoint on it.
That is my vote personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want honesty. I want honesty of where people think it belongs.
Pristine works for me.
I personally don't really have strong feelings either way. I haven't really played many Metroid games. I'm not super familiar with it, but I do think that it is perfectly acceptable to look at this game and judge it based on, I guess, the impact that it's had on its, I don't know what to call it, its own genre, question mark?
Metroidvania. It's one of the first parts of that thing.
No, I know. Yeah, I
believe I think the official genre title used by like developers is search action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just saying. I know like culturally it's called Metroidvania, and
right.
Yeah.
There's
and
a
this
fucking
game is
reason.
part of that.
Listen, we're cultural people. We
It's just, you know.
Yeah.
I've interacted with a culture.
Well, once. I've seen B-Drop stick their pinky out while sipping a tea.
A twee.
A twee.
A twee.
A twee, yeah.
A twee fuel.
How do you eat a corn with your hands? Now give me my editor back. Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Impact
Anyways.
is part of it to me, but yeah.
Impact, I think impact is important. But yeah, any distinct spot, you know, like I only say I want to hear everybody's full opinions because, like I said, you know, this is the melting pot of the general consensus of the vibe of where we want things.
Put them in the pot and we'll cook them.
I'm fine with either Pristine or Masterpiece. I would be remiss to say I feel educated enough to say anything other than this game seems rather important and was pretty cool.
Listen, I said I like Hollow Knight, and again, Hollow Knight would not exist without games like this. So.
It's true.
I dig the vibes, but the Metroid fights keep it out of absolute masterpiece for me.
Yeah, and that's important because that's the game is Metroid fights. There's not a lot to them.
Especially the Omega Metroids.
Yeah, those guys are bastards. Man, I love that Queen Metroid though. Fucking ice beam.
Pretty good.
In a desecrated Chozo statue. Shit's so good. They fucking broke the statue because they were mad at it. Because they had
Angry.
ice beams. Anyways, Pristine, I can be content in just putting this as the Pristine. Like I said, my lowest take on Metroid 2 is that it is the bar of what I like to say pristine examples of games that take advantage of being on the Game Boy and our Game Boy titles. And I'm glad we got 3 solid non-Nintendo originals. I feel like there's a slight bias on the upper end of these of this. Turns out Nintendo generally makes the best games for their own systems.
Yeah.
Oops. but oh well. But yeah, here I guess this is the finalized list, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll link it in the chat for whoever's left, and I guess I'll link it in the video description when this goes up.
Make your own tier list.
Make your own. Add your own subcategories because we added 2, or don't. Or just make your own entirely own categories. Whatever.
Or please feel free to share it.
If you please. If you do, please show me and us. I'll pass them along. What are your hot takes on these 50 Game Boy games? We would love to know. Tell me why I'm stupid. Tell me why Metroid 2 is misery.
Tell me why all my Kirby opinions are objectively wrong and I should be stoned.
No! It's okay not to be the biggest Kirby stan.
I appreciate the diversity.
I figured I didn't want to just I knew Kirby and Donkey Kong were kind of going to be bigger hitters for other folks, so I didn't want to just not voice a flaw that I saw.
If it makes you feel better, I'll throw out my own little hot take.
Yo, give it.
I'm gonna say at best, on a good day, I feel neutral about Donkey Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Which one, Land or either, I guess.
In general.
The man himself.
Oh, just the man?
Yeah.
Alright.
Donkey Kong as a character and the series, I am incredibly just neutral about at best.
What about his big fat ass?
I do not care about his big fat gorilla ass.
I'm gonna be honest, I also kind of don't. Donkey Kong the character is not a one that I particularly care for. I like for me, the Donkey Kong Game Boy game is its appeal is in setting and platforming.
Yeah.
And the globe-trotting adventure.
Yeah, and I think maybe part of the reason why it doesn't appeal to me as well in that case is not only am I not really that into platformers, but I'm also just not that into jungle aesthetics either.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not a whole lot there for me, as just based on my personal tastes.
You don't like military, you don't like vehicles, you don't like jungles. What do you like?
Kirby.
Alright, fair.
Yeah. And
he's a great little boy.
I do like Kirby. I don't know why I maybe
You just don't like him as much as other people.
Put those massive titties on a human and I will like it more.
What I like about Kirby is what we're getting with Kirby now when things are starting to get weird. Things were already weird, but now we can see it.
I'm sorry to everybody who likes Donkey Kong. I'm sure he's great for everybody who likes him.
I don't know. I've never found the actual gorilla to be the primary source of enjoyment. He is a vehicle for which the game is to be given. He's the one who throws barrels that I have to jump over.
I've always thought it's a bit of a shame that of what I've seen of Donkey Kong, his character presence is pretty low compared to a lot of the other characters. He's just kind of a strong gorilla who has a tie, and don't get me wrong, it's not like the characterization for the other characters really gets that much more complex. Like if you look at Mario, it's like, oh, he's a plucky, energetic plumber man. He's just kind and he jumps. There's not that much more to him, but Mario just has infinitely more presence, doesn't he?
Because it's hard to read Donkey Kong's like emotions in a second. Mario has they both have very expressive faces, but Donkey Kong's expressiveness usually comes in the form of oh, or like
it's usually manic.
Yeah, it's some crazy thing that's happening, and Donkey Kong's eyes are popping out of his head. Mario has a rainbow of expressions from sad to happy to angry to excited. Like Mario has a more full personality if you just look at the surface. Like if you're a weirdo and you dig deeper into Donkey Kong stuff, Donkey Kong is a super cool guy, but it's not anywhere where somebody could just look at the surface and be like, oh, I get that.
Yeah, and like as a mascot character, that's a bit of a failure.
It's important for a character to have that. I personally feel.
Mm.
And like I know it's possible. I won't say he's the best example, but within the own franchise, like I feel like Diddy Kong has a lot more personality a lot of the time.
Yeah,
they make him smile.
The thing with Donkey Kong is he has the like Mickey Mouse issue these days.
Mm-hmm.
Or the modern Mickey Mouse issue, where Mickey Mouse has just become the straight man to a bunch of other characters that have wild personalities.
Except for
Donkey
the new
Kong
cartoon, which is the only thing that's done Mickey justice in who knows how many decades.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, currently Donkey Kong is he's the big gorilla. He's the centerpiece. He's big and tough and he likes bananas, and the rest of the guys get their own gimmicks. Diddy's the cool rock and roll hip hop one, and
with a gun.
And they all got guns. But
they giving all these monkeys guns?
Yeah, they did.
His coconut gun.
You know what? Wait, yo, Shakes, you're super right. Donkey Kong does not have more like on this like on at a first glance when you look at Donkey Kong, he's just large and strong.
He's a gorilla.
And a monkey.
He has a tie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you think it's like a failure of like modernizing him? Because it's not like Mario didn't start off as incredibly simple man in overalls, but they really modernized him over the years and added details in his design and various expressive features. And I don't know if Donkey Kong changed that much outside of his silhouette's changed, and he also has a tie.
I think my take on modern Donkey Kong is that they have been kind of, I was gonna say second banana, to most other mainline Nintendo properties, because Rare kind of made the modern Donkey Kong, and I'm sure this is all conjecture and kind of bullshit, but it does feel like it just kind of takes a back seat to anything else Nintendo wants to do, out in their like main Mario Donkey Kong universe.
I feel like Nintendo does that to a lot of their franchises that aren't like we release this every time a new console comes out ones, which is Mario.
I know, that's what I mean.
Zelda.
In the Mario, because Donkey Kong and Mario are linked. They will be forever linked because that's how they both started. But
Donkey Kong is a piece of Mario.
Yeah,
not equal
a little. To. And Donkey Kong Country is where it's trying to become its own thing, but like, they don't give it as much attention. And the main character has to be generic, so you can make contrasts, at least in their eyes,
If Donkey Kong were made today,
we have pushed this way past the ending time. I think
we are going crazy about Donkey Kong.
I want to revamp Donkey Kong.
Let's do it.
I
want to make
Donkey
him like
Kong.
a Hulk.
I like Donkey Kong 94 Donkey Kong. Like, I think he was like just this mischievous asshole. Like, I love Donkey Kong as a villain because he is wacky. He's shaking his butt around, he's checking barrels, he's taking girls, he's got a little kid, and his little kid's helping him with schemes. He's a little happy little guy. I love Donkey Kong 94 Donkey Kong. He's delightful. Anyways, yeah, we've been talking about Donkey Kong for way too fucking long.
Apologies.
This is No, it's fine. I enjoy it. You know, you'll enjoy Donkey Kong's new personality when he is voiced by Seth Rogen in the upcoming movie Super
Oh,
Mario.
no.
A surprising amount of people probably will, dog.
I don't know.
I'm curious.
Well enough.
I heard he
Just
was really
not
good in
Mario.
that Pam and Tommy thing. He looks like the Undertaker.
Oh, yeah. He is really good in that. He's because he's shitty, and he's like they
Okay, we cannot talk,
Okay, all right,
actually
sorry.
talk about
Yeah,
this.
sorry.
Anyways,
Sorry.
sorry.
This is my sex tape. I stole it.
It's pretty funny.
What do you-
Fucking thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah.
This is like the proper last thing, at least live recordings of 50 Shades, so I did want to take the moment to acknowledge this, and yeah, I don't know, like this is a wild thing we have done together, and I'm once again so happy that all of you could join us, and all of you on call especially could accompany me for this journey and stick around. You know, we talked briefly about there was a couple times when people couldn't make it, and I think the second time that happened was when I was like, no, we can't do that ever again, because I want everybody on board. So yeah, so thank you guys for being there and being my buds and being my co-commentators.
Thank you for being
Suffering through 50 titles plus showcases.
Has
And,
been quite
you know,
the journey.
dealing with me. I appreciate it genuinely.
It's been good,
yeah.
good time.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me.
And yeah, and this is something I imagined a long time ago, and it's amazing to see it go through to completion. Maybe not in the ways I thought it would go, but it got there. It got there one way or another, and I'm glad that everybody who has watched it live, and everybody who is watching on the videos, and everybody who is posting in the threads, and commenting on the videos, and just, you know, talking about whatever, and sharing their stuff. I love it all. Like, thank you. This is great. I've been so happy to have this be a thing that people are relating to and having fun with, and that's all I want to do. And if you now that we've played 50 of these and ranked them all, I'll probably have said this earlier by the time this is posted, but like, hit up the thread and give shoutouts to anything we missed. Like, I really want to hear what we missed. Like, what were the games you wanted to see? Like, if God forbid if we were to ever do this again, and I don't think we will. But there's a thing rattling in my brain that says, like, what if we visited a couple things, like, as a little, just as some bonuses somewhere down the road of life. What if we came back to this? And I would love suggestions and you know, what do you think was good? What meant stuff to you, etc. That's all I want to know. But yes, it is done. I am getting phone calls because I'm loud, and so I'm gonna properly wrap it up now.